Yes.
Okay, great. This is just a little bit introduction about myself. Okay. My name is Shrikant. In fact, I have around 34 years of experience in FMCG healthcare industry, a fast-moving consumer goods. In fact, that is a FMCG healthcare industry. I worked in multinational company like Jeffrey Manners, Glaxo Pharmaceuticals. I'm sure you must have heard about that company name.
Yep.
Nutrien is a confectionery company, and Amrutanjan is one of the highly reputed organization in India. Basically, we make paint bombs. In fact, I worked as a vice president for about 16 years in that organization. I got retired way back in 2013. And after my retirement, I did project management certification. The reason is why I did this PMP certification is that during my career, I handled several projects, more than 20 projects I handled. And I used to interact with a lot of customers from Europe and US. And they used to ask me that, are you a PMP certified? To be frank with you, at that time, I didn't know what's PMP, but I was handling with sheer experience, like Mr. Allen was mentioning, that, I was handling several projects. But they used to tell me that, why don't you do PMP certification? You're so good about it. But since I was traveling a lot, in fact, almost 15 to 16 days, because I was heading as a sales and marketing, I didn't find time to do at that time, but always it was in my mind. And I was controlling a team of 400 plus sales and marketing professionals. I used to widely travel to Europe, USA, and African and Asian countries on business development. I handle several projects, as I mentioned. My hobbies are running, music, reading books, and traveling. I used to have given a lot of guest lectures in business schools and project management institute in Bangalore chapter. Last year, in fact, in 2018, I was associated with Amazon Group in Bangalore, where they deal with Procter and Gamble, Kellogg's, Mars brands. These are all the multinational company brands. And I was a consultant for building capabilities for the sales and distribution team. In fact, I conducted around 35 sessions and trained over 700 team members during last year. And regularly, I'm doing a lot of online session for project management. Even yesterday, I concluded a batch for another company, in fact. So this is about my very brief background. And I have a lot of passion for coaching and teaching. And I do take a lot of classes. In fact, I enjoy that, in fact. Basically, I just want to share my experience with the youngsters so that, that will help them to shape up their career. And I'm doing it with sheer passion. In fact, this is my big background. In fact, hope you liked it. That's right. Is it clear? My voice is clear. My audio is clear. I hope both of you are right. Yeah, that's right. Questions.
Very good. Yes.
Okay. Great. In fact, thank you. That's right. So Mr. Allen introduced himself. You also gave your very brief background, in fact, and I'm so happy that both of you are real professionals. In fact, yeah, a lot of industry experience. That's one great thing for the PMP. So can we start now? The session will start now. Before that, I just wanted to know, every day we'll start at 7:30. In fact, we have the dates today, 30th. The next session is going to be on 7th and 13th and 14th. So 4 days, we'll try to complete this certification, this content. And I just wanted to find out your convenience. Suppose we start at 7:30, 9:30. After 2 hours, we'll take a break. Is it okay for both of you, in fact? Because the content will be a little heavy, so that, we can take about 20 minutes break. And again, we will start, and after 2 hours, again, we can take around 15 to 20 minutes break. I think that should be fine. Is it okay for both of you?
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's 7:30. What time zone would that be?
Sorry, can you just repeat?
Yeah, the 7:30
Yeah.
start time.
Yeah, that's 9 o'clock for you. I think 9 a.m. for you, Central Time.
Okay, so 9 Central.
Yeah. So I think it's 11 o'clock for you, a break. In fact, yeah, that should be fine. I think, Yeah. Is it okay like that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. How about Mr. Allen? Is it fine? Ms. Kerry, both of you is fine? Yeah.
Yes, that's fine. I was just trying to convert the time zone.
Yeah.
You all said 7:30. Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem.
Sorry. Indian time is 9 o'clock for you. 9 to 11, and again, 11 to 11:15 or 20, we'll take a break. Then probably we can have it after 2 hours, one more break like that. That's how we'll plan it out, in fact. Okay. And during the session, anytime you would like to ask question, you can stop me and you can clarify. Or at the end of the hour, also you can ask and clarify that. Absolutely no problem. That's great. Okay.
Perfect.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
Okay, that's right. So we'll start then. Once again, welcome, and let me appreciate both of you once again for having taken this decision of doing the PMP certification. And I must also tell you that the Ismart is a very professional organization. I think you're joined at the right organization to get this PMP certified, in fact. And we'll help you in all aspects so that you become much more confident at the end of 4 sessions, to take up this examination. Mr. Allen was mentioning that he would like to take the exam as early as. What is your plan, Mr. Kerry? When are you planning?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
When are you planning to take the examination, PMP?
After our last session, I plan on taking it probably maybe about a month after the last session.
Okay, after a month. Okay, fine. Great. That's right. Are you a member of PMI, Project Management Institute? Are you a member?
I'm not.
You're not, in fact. Okay, fine. So what I would request you, both of you, is that probably when you get some time, you become the PMI members. So one advantage is that becoming the PMI member is you will get that lot of content, in fact, and the first and foremost is that you get the PMBOK guide. That is a project management body of knowledge. That is the book. It is a 950 pages book, and that is a reference point for your PMP examination. So once you become a member, you can download that copy, a soft copy, free of cost. That is one biggest advantage. And whatever amount you pay to become a member, it will be part of your examination fee. I will explain to you in the following slide. So the first thing,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. See, the PMBOK guide is already in the LMS.
Is a LMS, but okay, fine. Yeah,
yes,
that's right.
And I mean, for becoming a member in PMI, yes, they can do it. However, if it's particularly for PMBOK guide, then they don't have to do it because they already have it in the LMS.
No, okay, I agree with you. That's absolutely right. But because if you look at the total amount they need to pay for the examination, once you become a member, it will almost same, in fact. So that's one thing.
That is correct. Yeah.
And they can get lot of other networking facility. You can become the member for the local chapter. You will have a lot of knowledge sharing, and there are several advantages once they become a member. In fact, that's okay. Great. Thanks for that information. That's great.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Okay. So this is going to be the course agenda for the next 4 session. So there are about 16, if you look at it, there are about 16 chapters are there which we need to cover. In fact, the first day we'll try to cover these 4, and the second day, we'll cover these. So 16 sessions, 16 chapters that we'll cover in the next 4 sessions, including today's, in fact. Okay, I will go through one by one so that you will understand a little more clearly. If you look at it, this is the for both of you for information. The PMP, in fact, the PMA organization is based in US. In fact, I hope you are all very familiar with that. If you look at it, since 1995, the PMP examination used to happen only in US. If you look at it. But from 95 onwards, it started happening across the globe, in fact. Today, as I told, in fact, and I was telling Mr. Allen that, more than 180 countries today, the PMI chapters are there, in fact. So if you look at it, the number of, this is the data we have up to 2016. The number of, if you look at it, almost 7.5 million, they have already passed, in fact, the PMP examinations. And this 2020, of course, they are yet to update, probably we can update that information. So there is so much of opportunity. There are so much of, today for the PMP, certified professionals. It's not only for the working people, even, for example, those who would like to take up the PMP for the project management, also for them, there's a lot of opportunity, in fact. So in that context, I think, let me congratulate once again both of you for taking up this PMP certification program. If you look at it, for example, the country-wise, the scope or the opportunity available for the projected new job demand, if you look at it here, the Brazil, you take, for example, Australia, Canada, the China, you look at, in fact, you got so many opportunities will be available in China country. In India, in fact, if you look at again, the Japan is another big opportunity. And United Arab countries, these are all the few examples that we are giving. So looking at in terms of your career opportunity, in terms of switching over to the other organizations, there is tremendous potential. One more thing, Mr. Carey and Mr. Alan, that today, any organization, before giving a project, they are asking for that information, that how many PMP qualified persons you have in your organization. In fact, they ask for the data before giving any new projects to the organization. So that clearly shows the importance of the project management certification. The very reason is that, according to the PMI, more than 60% of the projects they fail, it seems. In fact, they have some data on that. The reason why they fail is the project fails because the project management principles are not followed. And that is one of the main reasons for the project failures. And they also have that whichever the organization are following these project management principles, the success rate is very, very high for the projects, in fact. So I think that is the biggest advantage that once you become a PMP certified, you will have that. The other thing is that now, since they are operating in more than 170 to 180 countries, it is easy to relate in terms of the concepts, in terms of terminologies, in terms of jargons. So when you interact with, for example, from US to Saudi Arabia or Japan or United Kingdom, any country, if that company also have the qualified PMP, it's easy to relate, it's easy to communicate, easy to have the business understanding. I think that is one of the biggest advantage by becoming a PMP certified people. Any questions so far, Mr. Carey and Mr. Alan? Just to get,
no.
Yeah. Okay.
Everything makes sense.
Okay, great. Okay, fine. So I'm sure, with this data will help you to understand the importance and also the opportunities that are available across the globe today for the PMP qualified people. Trust. So the benefits of PMP training, one is it shines in your resume. The moment you put you are a PMP certified, it will enhance. It get high return earnings. The salary, in fact, the PMI has got a data that more than your salary will go up by 20%. For those who are qualified as a PMP certified people, the salary will go up. It will enhance your networking potential. You become a PMI member, you can see that the networking facility is so much, the knowledge sharing is so much. Across the globe, you can have the networking impact. And the moment you send a request, they are too happy to get get associated with you. That is the biggest advantage of becoming a PMI chapter member. You gain invaluable experience. I tell you that the project management, the concepts that you are going to understand, the knowledge and skills that you are going to understand, it will help you. The knowledge and skills that you are going to gain is going to help you in your working place, in your organization, and it will help your organization to complete your projects. And once you complete your project successfully, I'm sure your credibility in the organization will go up, your confidence level will go up, and it will also help you, to face some tough situations in the project. Every project will have some tough situations, and once you know this process well, once you have this required knowledge, it will help you to overcome those challenges. In fact, this I have myself experienced that when I was handling around 20 projects, I have seen several challenges. I regret because I was not a PMP qualified at that time. after doing this program, this certification, I regret many times if I had done this about 10 years back, probably I would have been far more successful in handling those projects, or I would have faced lesser challenges while handling those projects, in fact. So that is an invaluable experience you are going to get. And the last but not the least, your growth in career prospects. Once you have a PMP certified, I tell you that, your opportunity for your career growth will go up like anything, in fact. These are all some of the benefits of the PMP training, in fact. Okay. So let's come to the first, the PMP certification, the framework. Is my flow is right? Am I too fast or am I too slow? Just to get from both of you, Ms. Carey and Ms. Allah.
It's perfect.
No,
It's perfect.
you're fine.
Okay, great. Yeah, just to, I want to be myself sure about it. That's right. Okay, that's great. So why PMP certification? Just to touch once again some of this point, you become a better project manager as the best practices have been included, procured, and mirrored project manager across the globe, in fact, because every organization across the globe, they try to follow the same best practices, in fact, of handling the projects. That is one of the biggest advantage. The second one is it increases the rate of your project as you become more organized. In fact, I was just telling you that according to the PMI, why the many projects fails is because they don't follow these skills, they don't follow these principles. In fact, they don't follow the best practices. That's one of the main reason why. I'm sure, with both of you have got so much of experience in the project management, you also realize that if you don't follow certain process, then we get into the lot of bottlenecks, in fact. But once you become a PMP certified, it will help you to, you become more and more organized when you're handling the projects. It will minimize the resource utilization and making a project cost effective. You see, every project success, both Ms. Carey and Mr. Alan, you will agree with me that you will have always limited resources. No management or no owners will give you sufficient resources in terms of finance, or in terms of physical resources, or in terms of human resources. Am I right? When you're handling the project, your resources will be always constrained. But if you know the process well, if you know the best practices well, you will have, the minimizing the source utilization and making the project cost very, very effective. The success of any project, there are two important things. One is your cost, another is your schedule. Am I right? You agree, Mr. Allen and Ms. Carey? The cost is important, and your schedule is very important. The success of any project is based on these two things. And if you know how to handle your cost, if you know how to handle your schedule, your project will become a big success, in fact. And the PMP, these concepts will teach us how to utilize those resources. Changes how others look at your abilities. That's a thing. Then to keep your job promoted or to get a job, that will also help you once you become a PMP certified. Hike even a current salary. As I told you that at least the PMP certified people gets around 20% more salary than other non-PMP certified, in fact. So these are all the why you should do the PMP certification. These are all some of the key important points, in fact. I'm sure both of you will agree with me on these concepts, in fact. That's right.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's come to the exam eligibility requirements. In fact, there are two things. The one is the category. If you are a bachelor's degree or a global equivalent, you need to have 4,500 hours of project experience, in fact. And this 35 contract hours, which Ismart is going to provide you once you complete these 4 weekend sessions, and you should have had around 4,500 hours of experience at the project during the last 8 years. That's very important. During the last 8 years. Suppose if you have the experience prior to, we are in 2019. If you have worked in the projects before 2011, in fact, that experience may not be counted, in fact, according to the PMI. So in the last 8 years, you should have had the experience of 4,500 hours. If you are a non-graduate, if you are a high school or a diploma associate degree, you need to have 7,500 hours of experience, in fact. These are the two important criteria while filling up the your application for to take up the PMP examination. And this 35 hours, as I told you, Ismart will give you that once you complete this 4 sessions, in fact. Is it clear for both of you, this concept? Any questions on this?
None.
No.
No, great. Okay, fine. So once you pay the examination fee online, PMI will send an authorization letter, in fact. So you need to pay the, you have to go through that website and you can download the application. Probably I will help you also at the end of the session how to fill up the application in case if you have any clarification if you require. So the PMI, once you log into that and once you download the application, you need to give your project experience of 4,500 hours or 7,500 hours based on your education qualifications. And once you fill up and send that, the PMI will send an authorization letter to take up the examination. This is very important. You must take the examination within 1 year of receiving the authorization letter. That means, let's say in July or August, suppose, you receive the authorization letter of 2019, you can take up the examination before August 2020. In fact. So within the 12 months, you need to take the examination. And after receiving the authorization letter, you can pay the fee also, in fact. After paying the fee, you can get an online, you'll get the authorization letter. And within 1 year, you should take the examination. By any reason, if you're not able to take, you can get the refund from the PMI. But only thing is you need to inform them at least 30 days prior to that expiry date. And they will deduct about $100 as an administration fee and they will return the balance amount. But you can take the examination within 1 year, and since both of you are already decided, I'm sure that issue won't happen. The maximum number of times you can appear for the examination within a year is 3 times. For unfortunate reason, if somebody is not able to complete in the first attempt, they can take up the examination the second attempt by paying another $275, in fact. So it's a very bit expensive. I'm sure, the Ismart, in my experience, which I have been teaching a lot of students, most of them, 99%, they pass in the first attempt, in fact. So I'm sure, you both of you have got so much of experience. It should not be an issue to pass the examination. We'll discuss in detail how to crack the exam at the end of the session. Then PMI randomly choose to send your application for auditing. Sometimes, they do send, for auditing. When they send for auditing, those details will be made available. What information they require, you need to send the hard copies of that. You will get familiarized once you download that. If the audit, they will give a complete detail of all the information. You need to follow that. And your examination will be held only in the Prometric Center, in fact. There is no online examination. It will be held in a Prometric Center. I'm sure, both in Dallas and Florida, you have the Prometric Centers. You can appear for the examination there. You need to fix a date for that. Based on the authorization letter, you can go through that Prometric Center nearby one. Online, you can block your date for the examination. Okay. So far, it's clear now, friends, Mr. Alan and Ms. Kerry?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, the examination is going to be total 4 hours duration. So there will be 200 questions, out of which 25 are considered as a pre-test. They don't mark these 25 questions or answers, but you don't know which are those 25. In fact, they are the pre-test questions for the next examination. It will have 0 marks, but you don't know which are those 25. So you need to answer all the 200 questions. You need to answer all the 200 questions, and you have got exactly 240 minutes. That is 4 hours is 240 minutes. That means each question, maximum you can take around 65 seconds. So within that, you should be able to answer. I will explain to you that all questions, you should not take. There are some questions, I've just, mathematical questions. There are scenario-based questions. There are situation-based questions where those questions, situation-based or case-based, you'll have to read that question. It will take a little longer for you to read those questions, and there will be 4 multiple choices. So the best thing is to answer some of these mathematical questions and other type of questions, in lesser time. So whatever time you save, you can spend little more time on those scenario-based questions. This PMI will give you the grades like above target, target, below targets, and needs improvement. PMI will not say that, you have scored 70%, 75%, they won't say that. For all the 5 process groups, they will give you the above target or target, below targets, and needs improvement means the candidates have not passed those process groups, in fact. So this is how the PMA give you the grading, and there is no negative marking for any question, in fact. If you ask me that how many, for example, answers, how many questions we have to answer correctly to pass the PMP examination, there is no rule, there is no information available. But most of the people who have passed the PMP examination, they would have answered at least 150 to 160 questions correctly, in fact. Then only, you can expect that you'll be passing that examination. So you need to target at least 160 questions should be answered correctly to pass this PMP examination. That's very, very important, in fact. So the 5 performance domains, if you look at, this is a very important, your number of questions will be based on these things, in fact. So initiating the project is the 13% of the questions will come from the initiating the project. The planning the project, it will come 24%. Executing the project, 31% of the questions will come from the executing project. Then monitoring and control project will be 25%, and closing the project will be 7%. I'm sure Mr. Allen and Ms. Kerry will agree with me that even in your project handling, in your environment, the project management, I'm sure for initiating the project, you will spend around 7% time. Your initiating project, you'll spend around 13% time. Your planning, you may spend around 24%. Executing the project, that's where the maximum time, we all spend. Am I right? You'll agree with that. Execution is the most important. You spend around 31% of your time on the project execution. Monitoring and control the project, you spend around 25% of your time. And closing the project probably is more of an administration closure. It's more of closing the project. You spend lesser time compared to other process groups. So even your questions in the examination, the PMP examination, this is how the number of questions will be there. You can expect 13% of the question. That means 26 questions you can expect from initiating group. 24%, that is 48 questions will be from planning group. 62 questions will be from your execution, and about 50 questions will be from monitoring and control, and closing you'll have 7%. So this will also help you when you study for the examination, which process group you need to spend more time, which process group questions you should be more and more familiar, so that it will help you to answer your questions, in fact. I hope this is a very important slide. I request you to just remember this, in fact. Great. Any questions on this, Mr. Kerry, Mr. Allen? Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, more, 1 second. Somebody's chart. Okay, fine. Okay, as I was telling you that, there are some situational questions. These questions demonstrate why having a project manager experience is critical to passing the exam. Such questions require you to integrate your real world experience and your knowledge from the exam concepts. This is very important. You need to understand the situation, apply your experience, your knowledge, and try to answer those questions. For example, here is a question. You receive a notification that a major item you are purchasing for a project will be delayed. So what is the best thing to do? You pre-plan your project to accommodate this delay, notify your manager, Let the customer know about it and talk over the options, meet with the team and identify an alternative. What do you think is the best answer for this question, Mr. Alan or Ms. Kerry?
I would go with D.
D? Great. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Mr. Alan?
I think, D, in my opinion, D would probably be either A or D. I would say D.
D. Yeah, congratulations. Both of you, that clearly shows that you've got so much of experience. And that is the right answer, in fact, because you don't go and pre-plan, you will not immediately go and notify your manager. You don't disclose this to your customer also, because it will create a panic button. So what you do, the option should be they meet with the team and identify is there any alternative methods of doing this. In fact, these are the type of, that's what they said. I'm sure both of you would apply your real world experience in answering this question. Am I right? That's how the PMP is. Great. This is how the introduction, in fact, how we'll do about is you will review the PMP examination content outline, then enroll a formal study. That's what you have done now. You have done, you joined the one of the best institute, I would say, that Ismart guys. They are really professionals. That's what you have done. You have enrolled to the formal study course and will prepare a study plan to complete the examination. And you'll also review the latest PMBOK guide. This is the PMBOK guide 6 that I was just explaining you that. It's available in the Ismart portal. And you can also download if require one more thing. In fact, it will be a personal copy. Once you become a PMM member, you can download it if you require. Otherwise, you can go through that, whatever the Ismart is providing. There will be a lot of practice sample mock test. This is very, very important, in fact. Once you complete this 4-day session, then you need to practice. You need to go through. Ismart also will help you. There's several links. It's available. In fact, I want you to practice those sample tests. And here you should score at least about 75 to 80% in a very first attempt itself when you take the mock examination. Once you do that, you become confident, sorry, to take up the examination, in fact. And if required, you can also form a study group. For example, now Mr. Allen and Ms. Kerry, both of you are there. Or if you know anybody else, you can form a study group and you can chat online and you can get clarified, or each one can help you to understand the concepts of study group. This is how you will prepare for the examination, in fact. So you review the PMP examination content. You will do that. You have already enrolled this step. You already done. You will prepare a study plan and you review the latest content. At least 2 times. I request you to go through this book. This is very important. Then this is as many exam mock tests you take that will help you to become more and more confident to appear for the examination. This is how the framework will be there. So these are all some of the workshops. In fact, you can keep discussing among if you're known people, you can have a local team in case if you know. So let's come to try to understand. I'm sure both of you are very familiar with this. What is a project? The project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to produce a unique product or a service, in fact. This is a unique product or service or the result. So the project will be always temporary. It will have a definite beginning and end date, in fact. That means any project, I'm sure that you start on, let's say, 1st of July, you will have 12 months period, in fact, to complete the project, or 15 months or 9 months, depending upon the project complexity, depending upon the project size. In fact, you will have a definite beginning and end, in fact. It will be always unique, that undertaking unfamiliar ground, in fact. That means any project you undertake, there will be a lot of risk associated with the projects. I'm sure you'll agree with me with your rich experience that any project, there cannot be any project without risk, in fact, without concern. I'm right, So any project, all projects will have some constraints. It will have risk, in fact, undertaking an unfamiliar ground. That means you don't know what will happen. So you try to have a clear understanding by doing a risk analysis, in fact, all those things, which we'll discuss. So just what's the project? They simply put it, it's a temporary endeavor undertaken to produce a unique product, a result, or a service, and it will be always have a definite beginning and end, in fact. This is the definition of a project. So if you look at all projects will fall into the organization strategy, in fact, because in the following slide, I will explain you what all the reason why the projects are taken up in the organization. You will have a portfolio of the projects, programs, portfolio. Under the programs, you will have the projects, in fact. You can look at it here. You will have a different projects, you have different programs. Under that, you will have various projects, in fact. Just to give an example, let's say, in fact, in the automobile industry, you take General Motors or ITTO. They have a portfolio that, let's say a company that we want to take 20% market share in the automobile industry. So they will have, let's say General Motors or ITTO, I'm just giving an example. So they will have a strategy of a portfolio of having, for example, cars. They will have motor vehicles, they got trucks, they got buses, they got the various portfolios to achieve that the market growth of 20% or the market share in that automobile industry. So once they have that, they will have different programs. In fact, a different program, it could be a petrol variant, it could be a high diesel variant, it could be electrical variant. In fact, all those things they will have. Then they will have various projects under that, in fact, to do that. It was small cars, passenger cars, or it could be SUVs, different projects they will have, in fact. So this is an example. The portfolio will have at the top level, at the organization level, and to achieve that, you will have the various programs. Under the programs, you will have various projects to achieve that, in fact. And a portfolio can also have operations, in fact. This is also important. Once you complete the project, for example, the General Motors or Toyota, they will also have the operation, that is the manufacturing facility for that, in fact. And it's always shared resources and stakeholders. Every project will have stakeholders, you will have internal stakeholders, you will have external stakeholders, and your resources are also shared, in fact, just to understand this. So what is project management? Project management is the application of your knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities, in fact. That is what if somebody asks you what is project management, it is basically you apply your knowledge, you apply your skills, your tools and techniques and project activities, which we are going to understand in the following sessions. There are 49 processes and 5 process groups, which I'm sure both of you are very familiar. The initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. These are the 5 process groups you will have. There are 49 processes in these 5 process groups, and appropriate application of integration of the project management can be accomplished, in fact. So you need to remember 5 process groups, and there are 49 processes are there. Apart from that, there are, I'll just explain to that probably. There are 10 knowledge area also will be there, which I'll explain to you. So there are 5 process groups and 49 processes are there in the content, which you are going to study. What are the project constraints? Every project, scope could be a project constraint. If the scope is not clearly defined, it's not clearly understood. If the scope keep on getting revised from your customer, that could be a bigger constraint for handling the project. The quality could be another constraint, in fact. If the quality is not, you're not able to deliver according to your customer requirement, that could be another constraint. The most common constraint will be schedule, in fact. I'm sure you'll agree that many times the schedule goes haywire. You plan certain period, it will go haywire. This could be another constraint. Budget. If the allocated funds are not available, that could be your another constraint. Then resources in terms of human resources. It could be your physical resources. It could be your material resources. If they're not available, that could be another constraint. And every project will have risk, in fact. There cannot be any project without risk. So that also could be a risk, in fact. These are all the 6 common constraints. I'm sure with your experience, you'll agree with that. Out of these, there are 3 things, the scope, schedule, and your budget. These are called triple constraints, in fact. Your scope, your schedule, your budget. Because why it's called triple constraints is, if a schedule changes, suppose you want to do your project in 12 months, it's going to do in about 15 months, then it will affect your budget, am I right? The extra 3 months of time you're going to spend, it's going to affect your budget. It will also affect your scope. Similar way, if the cost, if it affects, if your allocated funds are not available, then your schedule will change, your scope will also change. If any scope requirement changes, it will affect your schedule, and if it will affect your budget. So these three are called triple constraints. Have you experienced it, Mr. Allen or Mr. Carey, in your project experience?
Yes.
You experienced it, but I'm sure. These are the most common issues that we all face in the project environment, in fact. So these are all the important project constraints according to the PMI. Scope, schedule, and budget are called the triple constraints, in fact. This is very important to remember, these triple constraints, because the change request, which we are going to discuss in detail in schedule or scope or cost, when you accept a change, in fact, from your customer, you need to go through, you need to review any change request, what impact it will have in your scope, what impact it will have on the schedule, or what impact it will have on the budget. So you need to review the impact of these three before you accept or before you approve any change request, in fact. Because once you understand that, you discuss with your team members, you discuss with your customer, and based on that, you will take a decision on that. So in that context, it's very important to understand the triple constraints impact on the project. Let's understand, I'm sure both of you have got so much of experience, you know that the operations and project, what are the key differences? Operations and organization function performing the ongoing execution. For example, manufacturing is an operation, in fact. Cleaning your office every day is an operation, in fact. Going to your office every day, it's an operation. It's like that, we are doing it on a regular, it is an ongoing thing. It's a value is realized in the operation because you get the output every day. Examples, manufacturing, your production operations, they all comes under operations. Though temporary in nature, projects can help to achieve the organization goals when they are aligned with the organization strategy. This is very important. Your project, whenever you take a project, though it's a temporary in nature, it should align with your organization strategy. Why you are doing this project, keeping in certain organization strategy. For example, you want to venture into a new market. It could be a project. Why you are doing it? Because organization strategy that you want to grow in that market. You want to launch a new product. That's a project you are taken up. Why? Because organization wants to improve the market share, or you want to increase the revenue by introducing that product. So you're taken up the project. So it always align. It should always align with your organization strategy. This is very, very important for the project. So let's come to understand between the project life cycle. What's a project life cycle? Let's say, in fact, human life cycle. Mr. Carey and Mr. Allen, you are all very familiar with that. We start from our childhood days. We grow up. We become adult. Then we become aged. In fact, then once we age, in fact, this is our human life cycle. Am I right? Similar way, in the project life cycle, it is basically a collection of sequentially or typical and sometimes overlapping project phases determined by the management needs of the organization. Why do we say that, overlapping sometimes? Since both of you are, let's say, from the construction industry, you are all very familiar. Let's say what are the phases of a construction or home project? Let's say foundation is one phase. Erecting the pillars could be the next phase. Putting a wall could be the next phase. Then the fourth phase could be you are putting up the roof. It could be another thing. Then the fifth one, you do your electrical work, your plumbing work. Am I right? These are all the different phases of a home project. So sometimes it can be overlapping. Let's say electrification and the plumbing work you can do overlapping. Even the painting and doing something else also can be overlapping, in fact. Sometimes it has to be sequential. For example, unless you put the foundation, you cannot erect the pillars, am I right? So the erecting, so these all will be sequential, and sometimes it could be overlapping, in fact. So the number of related is resulting in the deliverables. So the types of project lifecycle, it could be predictive or it could be adaptive. Predictive means when your scope is very clear, it can be a predictive life cycle. When the scope is not very clear in the complex projects, for example, you are doing some project underground or under the water, in fact, and some of those projects, probably it has to be an adaptive. You work for some time, you get the feedback, and you work on that, you improve on that. These are some of the adaptive life cycles. And the predictive is that you are very familiar with the scope of that, it can be primitive, in fact. So this is how the project life cycle, you start the project, you organize and prepare it, you carry out, you do the execution here, and you end the project, in fact. These are all the generic phases, in fact, of any project life cycle. So if we look at it, the project 5 principles or the process groups, you initiate the project, you plan the project, you carry out and you monitor and control, and you close the project. It's almost very, very similar to this concept, in fact. So characteristics of the project life cycle are, one is you have the starting of the project, you organize and you prepare for the project, you do the execution and you monitor and control the project, and you close the project. This is how the project life cycle, in fact. Is it clear, Mr. Kerry and Mr. Alan? I hope we are on the same page.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, that's great. So the 5 process groups we talk about: the initiating, the planning, you are executing, monitoring and control, and closing, in fact. Some students do ask me, sir, how do I remember this 5, in fact? So I tell them, you raise your right hand, there are 5 fingers, am I right? So it's easy to remember 5 fingers. So there are 5 process groups. This is one way of remembering these 5 process groups, in fact. Okay, just a small tip, in fact. How do I remember process groups? Right hand, 5 fingers, so 5 process groups, in fact, easy to remember. So always you have the initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and control, and closing. This is another important. There are 10 knowledge area, in fact. You see, in any project, Ms. Kerry and Mr. Alan, you will agree with that. Every project, you will have a scope, you will have a schedule, and to do the project, you need a cost, am I right? You need finance, so you need to understand the cost management. Every project will have a quality, am I right? Unless you have a quality, in fact, according to your customer requirement, the project should have a quality. To do a project, you need resources, am I right? It could be human resources, it could be physical resources, it could be material resources. So you need to have resources. Sorry. So you need to have the resources. Then, since you are having human resources, you need to communicate with your stakeholders, with your team members, with your external customers. So you need to communicate. Every project will have risk. There cannot be any project without risk. So you need to understand that. During a project, you require procurements. You need a procurement from outside because your organization cannot vote everything. So you need to outsource. So you need to have the procurement. And every project, you need to have stakeholders, internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. So these are the 9 knowledge area. You need to have good in scope management. You need to good in schedule. You need to good in cost management. And most important thing is you need to integrate all these knowledge area and process groups. So you need to have the knowledge area of integration management. So there are 10 knowledge areas in the project management, in fact. So the whole examination or the content of a PMP is going to be based on 5 process groups, 10 knowledge area, and 49 processes. There are 49 processes are there, which these 10 knowledge area and 5 process groups covers, in fact. Are you with me on that, friends, both of you, Mr. Alan and Ms. Kerry?
Yes.
Yeah. So there are 5, let me repeat, there are 5 process groups, 10 knowledge area and 49 processes are there. How do we remember 49 processes, in fact? I will give you one small, if you have a piece of paper and pen, you can just write it down. I will give you one mobile number. Usually, we are all very familiar with mobile numbers, am I right? So this one more number I request you to remember. There's a 10-digit mobile number. I request you to remember. It is a 7664. Can you write down if you don't mind? 7664 363 and 734. 7664 363 734. Now, can you just add up each number? 7 plus 6 plus 6 plus 4 plus 3 plus 6 plus 3 plus 7 plus 3 plus 4. Can you just add up how many it's coming? What is the number?
Yep.
Can you just add up and tell me?
Okay. 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm doing it right now.
4 plus 3 plus 6 plus 3 plus 7 plus 3 plus 4. So I got 49.
49, yeah. That is the number of processes you have. You need to remember. Okay. Now, just one more hint I gave you. The first digit is 7. Am I right? So the first knowledge area, project integration management, you'll have 7 processes. The scope management, the second digit of that number, you'll have 6 processes. The schedule management, the third digit of that mobile number, you'll have 6 processes. Cost will have 4 processes. Quality management will have 3 processes. Resource management will have 7 processes, 3 processes. Communication will have 3. Risk management will have 7. Procurement will have 3, and the stakeholders will have 4 processes, in fact. So this 49 process from the 10 knowledge area, that's what we are going to discuss in detail in the following sessions, in fact. Are you with me, friends? So easy to remember, 5 process groups, 10 knowledge area, 10 fingers put together will become 10 knowledge area, 49 processes are those that mobile or 10-digit number which I have given. I request you to memorize this, or I request you to just remember it, whichever way you want to call it, so that will help you to understand these processes whenever we visit, in fact. Are you with me? Both of you, is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, great. Fine. Now, these are the sub 49 processes which I'm just sharing with you. In each of the knowledge area, if you look at, in fact, these are the 5 process groups: initiating, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing. These are the 5 process groups. In this, the knowledge area, if you look at project integration management, you will have these 5 processes here. As I just discussed about it, in fact, there are 7 processes. In fact, in this project integration, you'll have 6 of that here. You will have 6 of this. You'll have the 4 of these processes here. And the quality will have 3 processes. Project resource management, you will have 6 processes. Communication will have 3 processes. And risk management will have 7. And procurement will have 3. And stakeholders will have 4, in fact. So we'll go through each one of this in detail so that you will get familiarized of these processes, in fact.
Okay.
Okay, and we'll be keep visiting this in every knowledge area of these processes and these process groups also, in fact, so that you will get familiarized with this content. Okay, any questions so far? Anything to ask, or is it okay? Fine.
Yes.
Okay.
It looks like a plan.
Okay, great. Okay. No questions. So this is another important thing, the project tailoring. That tailoring is a unique application of the project management for a project based in the project environment and several factors. Because why tailoring is each project are different. Am I right? So what suits by doing one process may not be applicable in another, in fact. So you suit your requirement, your processes according to the requirement of the project, in fact. That's called tailoring. With your management and skill, with your experience, you know that which process to be applied in part for a particular thing. That's called tailoring. An organization may create its own project management methodology based on the available guidelines, frameworks, and other frameworks. According to the requirement of the project, you may have your own management methodology, how to run a project, but it should always have the available guidelines, the frameworks, or other methods which are explained in detail in the project management requirement. This methodology may provide additional guidelines to tailor different projects within an organization. What it means that, apart from these methodologies, suppose, you may have include, in fact, in your projects, in fact, according to your requirement, in fact. So you make it, you tailor it according to your project requirement. So let's try to understand the certification, the project environment and the role of a project manager. This is very important. So for any questions on the first two chapters which we covered? In case if you have, you can ask me at the end also. You can write it down and you can ask me at the end of the session also. No problem. That is clear. Okay, great. Am I going too fast? Let me, or is it fine? The speed or the flow is fine?
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay, great. Ms. Kerry and Mr. Alan, that's great. Okay, that's right.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, fine. Okay, thanks. Okay. So, what are the factors that influence a project? I'm sure you're. There are called external. This EF is called enterprise environmental factors. OPA or your internal, that is organization assets. In fact, these can influence a project, in fact. Let's try to understand what in detail, what are the enterprise or internal, the external factors and the internal factors. Enterprises factors or internal factors and external or your environmental factors. What are the OPAs? It could be your processes, your policies, your procedures, your corporate knowledge base. These are all your OPS is called organization process assets, in fact. Your knowledge bank, in fact, of the previous projects that you would have handled, that will become a biggest advantage. It can be a big knowledge base for running the projects. The previous projects, for example, to do a similar project, how many months it took, how much it costed, in fact, how many people were involved in that. All those things are the knowledge base, the corporate knowledge base of your organization. It will be a big, it's called organization process assets. Your processes, your policies, your procedures in terms of finance and various policies, all these things, your organization process assets. External and internal factors are external factor, your government regulations, your statutory requirement. These are all certain external factors. The internal factors are your organization, again, your culture, could be your organization culture, could be another thing. I just want to give an example. You must have heard about a company called Tata, am I right? Mr. Kerry and you're familiar with a company called Tata in India. It is a 150 years old organization. You must have heard Tata Computer Services. TCS is one company, a software company. In US also they operate. You must be familiar with that company's name. This Tata organization has got more than 150 years. They existing, and they got about more than 100 different business. They are there. In fact, Tata company. They are there from salt to software. That's how they, the Tatas are there in automobile industry. They are in power. They are in FMCG industry. You name anything. But Tata don't do two business, in fact. It's a culture of the organization. Tata will never do any business related to liquor and tobacco. These are the two business that company never venture or never done in the past, and they will never do in the future also, in fact. That's the company's organization. So any project which comes from either from tobacco industry or from the liquor industry, the Tata will not take up that business, in fact. So that's called internal factors that internally influences to take up the project. External, I can give you another example. You see, I was working as I shared with you as Amrutanjan as a vice president. In fact, I was heading a project to launch our brands in US market. So I used to regularly visit US. In fact, we had a consultant based in California, and I used to regularly meet, and we used to have regular interaction. When we wanted to launch a brand, our Amrutanjan brand in US market, the formula, for example, the Amrutanjan pain bomb, one of the ingredient is got 40% menthol. Okay, in India, I know that's how the 40% of the menthol is what it's being used and selling. When we wanted to launch the brand in US, the restriction from the US FDA, you know that the US FDA, I'm sure you're all very familiar. US FDA is very clear that the menthol content should not be more than 15%. To launch the brand in the US market, that means the content of the brand should be having less than 15%. So I was handling that project. I had to sit with my R&D chief again. Once I came to know about it, we had to rework the formula. It took about 6 months time for us to rework the formula and do some experimentation on that. Then we submitted the sample to the US FDA for their clearance, and then they approved the product. So what happens in the process? The project schedule affected, the cost affected, the formula got affected, so many things we had. These are all the external factors which you have no control on the project. The internal factors, these are all certain internal factors. Again, it can influence your project. In fact, I'm sure with this example, you understand that every project will have some internal environment factors and external internal factors and your organization process assets. So let's go a little more in detail. What are the OPA, organization process assets? You have your standards and policies of the organization, which I just gave you the example of Tata. The quality policies, procedures, guidelines, templates, tailoring guidelines, again, is all your organization process assets. Your proposal evaluation criteria, in fact, how you are going to evaluate your project. Again, that could be your internal organization process assets. How do you evaluate, for example, whether you evaluate on the project's success? How do you evaluate? Is it a tangible benefit or it could be an intangible benefit? Tangible benefit is where you know that, suppose you are doing a project for a market share, that how much by doing this project, by introducing this product, how much market share we are going to improve on that. That could be factor. It could be, for example, non-tangible benefit, how it is going to help our organization to enhance our reputation by doing this project. It could be a social product from the social angle, in fact, how it's going to help. It could be a non-tangible benefit also. So how you evaluate? Performance measurement criterion. This is another which we are going to discuss. How do you measure your performance of the project in terms of schedule, in terms of cost, in fact. The communication guidelines. You are dealing with a lot of stakeholders. So how you are going to communicate with the various stakeholders? Your external stakeholders, your internal stakeholders. In fact, you are going to have a lot of guidelines on that. You are going to communicate directly, or you're going to send through emails, or you're going to use that technology. In fact, all those things which we are going to discuss. In fact, project closure guidelines. In fact, project guidelines. In fact, when you want to close the project, there are two types of closing the project. One is the termination of the project. Second thing is actual close. That means once you meet the customer requirement, you are closing the project. Now, in between, suppose if the project is going out of your control, if the schedule is going too much, in fact, or if the cost is becoming too much, then also you can take a decision about closing the project or terminating the project. So you will have the various guidelines of how to close the project, when to close the project, in fact. Can I ask you, Mr. Allen or Ms. Carey, in your experience, have you terminated or have you closed the project in between, in your experience?
Closed many, yes.
Yeah, you're done. Yeah. What were the circumstances? What was the reason for that? The terminating the project?
Oh, terminating it early?
Yeah, early. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, no, not really.
Not really.
Yeah, I've had to terminate projects in the early process if the client, we got awarded the project, and then if the price of gas or something went down, then they'll terminate the project.
Okay. So these are all the reasons, in fact. And initially, in the beginning itself, you will have those guidelines in when we can terminate or when we can close the project, so that you're aware of it. The financial control procedures, that's your company, in fact, how we are funding the project, outsourcing the fund or internal things. In fact, all those things will be your financial control procedures. Again, could be your organization process asset. Then issue and defect management. The defects management, the issues or the various problems, you'll face. In fact, how you manage those quality issues. In fact, how you handle those things. That again, it could be your organization process asset. Then your change control, your risk management, your work authorization. In fact, work authorization, who is authorized to give a particular work, or what designation he should have. In fact, all those things, will be your organization process assets, in fact. Then your corporate knowledge, process measurement, and database. In fact, you will have the various data measure to measure the performance of the project. Your project files, your historical information of the previous projects, similar projects, or the other type of projects, all these things. Then your lessons learned, in fact, from the previous projects. Every project will teach you the new lessons, am I right? Because each projects are different. So you will learn a lot of experience from each of these projects, and you document it, and that will become a guideline for your future projects. Your configuration management database. Every project, you need to have the configurable items, in fact. So you will have those various databases. Again, we'll discuss in the scope management in detail about that. And your financial databases, how you are getting the fund for the project, and all those databases will have. These are all the organization process assets. This is one of the input which keep appearing in various 49 processes that we are going to discuss. So it gets repeated, this organization process assets. I request you to go through this and try to get little familiar, need not to memorize it, but at least understand what are the organization process assets, so that it will help you to understand the various processes. The PMO office, we discuss about the external and enterprises factors and the organization process assets. What is the PMO office, in fact? Mr. Kerry and Ms. Allen, do you have a project management office in your organization? Do you have that? Some of the companies have the PMO office. You have a PMO office, in fact, right? Yeah, right. Okay. Mr. Allen, you have a PMO office?
Not at the moment.
No. In the earlier companies where you used to work, used to have a PMO?
Okay. Yeah, of sorts, yes.
Okay,
yes.
You have it, fine. Particularly the project-based organization, let's say L&T in India, for example, or in the US, the large construction companies, they will have a project management office where several projects will be running in that organization. Particularly in the projectized organization, where they take several projects simultaneously, they will have a PMO office. The PMO office is basically, it will be supportive, it will be controlling, and it will be directing, in fact. They will support the project. Some organization, they will control the project and direct the projects, in fact. These are all the various responsibility. Support means, the decision making could be at the project level. Controlling means, probably they'll be controlling directly all the decisions, all the resources, they'll be doing it. Directing is, in fact, they will give you the guidelines, they will all those. So these are the 3 different types of PMOs according to the project requirement, according to the projectized organization, that may change. In a smaller project, many functional organization, the role of the PMO could be very limited, but in a projectized environment, their role could be controlling and could be directing also. This is another very, very important to understand, the talent triangle. The PMI talent triangle, we'll just visit. What is the role of a project manager? You are basically responsible for the team outputs and should have the project and technical management skills. This is very, very important. For a particular given domain area, suppose you are doing a project in the software industry, you should have the technical skills of the software industry. That's very important. since both of you are from the oil, natural, and the gas or the construction industry, when you do the such projects, you should have the technical skills and the knowledge of that domain of that projects, in fact, or that knowledge area. This is very important for the project manager. The sphere of influence for the project manager in the project, in the organization, in the industry, in the professional discipline, and across the discipline, the PM can influence. In fact, you can influence the project, you can influence the organization in the industry with your knowledge and skills. This is very important. According to the PMI, every project manager should have these three important things, these three competences, in fact. At the bottom level, the most important thing is strategic and business management. As a project manager, you should know that the project, whatever the organization has taken up, it should align with the organization strategy, in fact. That's very important. And you should have that business acumen, in fact, to do that project. So this is very important, the strategic and the business management. For example, many decisions you take during the project, it should be cost effective, it should be maintain the schedule. In fact, all these things, you should have that business acumen to do the project. The second important thing is the technical project management. In fact, the knowledge area or the technical skills of that project that you're doing, you are having that. As I gave you the example, if you are in the software industry project, you should have the technical skills. Construction, you should have the technical skills. You're doing an oil and gas natural project, you should have that little bit of technical skills of that. So then only you will be able to contribute to the project's success. This is another important talent the project manager should have. Above all, you should have good leadership qualities, in fact. This is the most important, and I'm sure Mr. Kerry and Mr. Alan will agree with me that this is the most difficult part, am I right? To have a good leadership quality, because these are all basically soft skills, in fact. How you motivate your people, how you handle your team management, how you train and develop your team, in fact, and how you communicate with the team members. They're all part of your leadership skills, in fact. And this is the most important talent that a project manager should have, in fact. So to be successful, the project manager should have all these three talents. He should be good as a leader, he should be good as a motivator, he should be good in team management. The conflict management, every project, you will have team resources, you will have conflicts, in fact. So how good the project manager deals with those conflicts, that's another very, very important quality of a good leader, in fact. So this is the PMI talent triangle: strategic and business management. You should have the business acumen, then you should have the technical expertise, then you should have a good leadership qualities, in fact. Is it clear, Mr. Allen and Mr. Kerry, about this? I hope.
Yes.
Yeah. Any questions on this? This is very important to understand, even from the examination perspective. Probably that what are the PMI talent triangle? These three are very, very important. One more thing I want to give you. You see, as a project manager, suppose we are just telling about the 10 knowledge areas. Am I right? Do you think that every project manager will have all the 10 knowledge area competence level? Do you think that is it possible, or is it practical to have all 10 knowledge area is the expert in that?
No.
Am I right? Is it possible? I don't think so. Am I right? It's not possible. I will give you an analogy. In fact, you have the musical orchestra, the symphony. I'm sure both of you are very familiar. Symphony, if you take that, there are more than 100 musicians will be playing a symphony. Am I right? Musical symphony. Somebody will be playing guitar, somebody will be playing the violin, somebody will be playing the harmonium, somebody will be playing the box. In fact, there are 100 different instruments in a musical symphony. Do you think that conductor who conducts that symphony, is he familiar with all the instruments? Is it possible? Do you think that he knows how to play all the 100 instruments? I don't think so, am I right? He might be familiar with guitar, he might be familiar with violin, or he might be familiar with accordion, but he will be able to control all the musicians, those who are playing music, if you know the music, am I right? If you know the basic nuisance of music, he will be able to control all the 100 different musicians, and with one stick, he will be controlling that musical symphony or the orchestra, because he knows the basic knowledge of music, am I right? Similar way, the project manager, he need not be an expert in all the 10 knowledge area, all the 49 processes. He may not be an expert in that, but he should know the basic knowledge of the project management knowledge and skills. That's very important. If he knows the basic knowledge requirement, he can get the required support. He can get the required knowledge of any knowledge area through the subject matter experts. Am I right? There are many consultants, for example. Why do you hire in an organization consultants? Because you need an expertise in a particular subject. Am I right? That's one of the reasons you hire the consultants. Am I right, Mr. Allen and Ms. Kerry? You agree with me on that?
Correct. Yes.
So that means, you can always get the support from the subject matter experts. But as a project manager, you should have the basic understanding of the knowledge, the skills pertaining to that particular project. So this, in that context, as I'm telling you that, no project manager can be all the 10 knowledge area. He cannot be an expert in that. You can always get the required expertise, but he should have the basic knowledge and skills, the technical management of a particular domain. This is very, very important. I spent a couple of minutes on that to explain this, because this is very important, not only from the perspective of the examination, even from the perspective of project management, understanding the concepts is also very important. Great. So it's 9:12. How is so far? How is it going? Is good? Is it fine?
Good. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Both of you are comfortable about that? That's nice.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now let's get into the project integration management. Okay, the first knowledge area, the first digit, in fact, of the 10 number which I given. So there are project integration management. We'll go through that. There are 7 processes over here. Let's try to understand each one of them. So the integration management, there are 7 processes here. You can look at here. First one is the develop project charter. Then you develop project management plan, and executing process group. Each of these process will come under different knowledge area, in fact. So initiation process group, you will have the develop the project charter. Once you initiate the project, you develop the project charter, then you develop a project management plan for that. After you develop the project management plan, you direct, this is where your execution of the project happens. You direct and manage the project work. You manage the project knowledge. These are the knowledge area. Then you have the monitor and control. Every project, for the success of any project, you have to keep on monitoring and controlling it. And you'll do the performance integrated change control. Then you close the project. In fact, these are all the 7 processes in this project integration management. As I told you, we keep visiting these charts, so that you all get familiarized at the end of the 4-day session, in fact. So just to repeat, the first knowledge area, because the project manager, your basic responsibility is to integrate the project. Am I right? You have got a team members, you have got various stakeholders, you have got various knowledge areas. You need to integrate all those things. That is the primary function of a project manager. So the first knowledge area is the project integration management. Let's go through one by one quickly. So the project integration management is you enter a phase or start a project. This is how you initiate the project. You initiate process. Here, you develop a project charter. Then you develop a project management plan. After that, it goes to the executing process. You direct and manage the project. And you also, while doing the execution, you keep on monitoring and controlling it, in fact. If you look at the monitoring and control, it is there in all process groups, in fact. It is there in your initiating, It is there, for example, your monitoring control and your closing, in fact. So this is how you develop a project. This is how you integrate the project, in fact. Mr. Alan, Mr. Kerry, you are familiar with the project charter? Have you heard about that in your organization?
Yeah, it's a little close to.
You're familiar with that project charter, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, any project when they start, they prepare a project charter. In fact, I'll explain to you in detail about that. This is how you integrate the project, in fact. So what is the need for integration? The need for integration is the situations where individual processes interact. For example, a cost estimate needed for an contingency plan involves integrates the process of the cost, time, and risk management knowledge area, in fact. Just to explain that, for example, if a cost changes, in fact, if the cost is going over the budget, then what happens, that, it will affect the project timeline also. When the cost goes up, for example, the timeline also may go up, and the risk also it will go up, in fact. Am I right? Arranging the fund, arranging the finance also could be a risk, in fact. So just one process interact with the other processes. And these three, as I told you, cost, time, and your scope are the triple constraints, in fact. And it can also have the risk management knowledge area, in fact. So it is all interlinked, in fact. If something goes wrong with the schedule, it will have the impact on the cost, it will have the impact on scope, it may have impact on procurement, like that, so they interact with this situation. The project deliverables may also need integrating with ongoing operations like performing organization, requesting organization, and with the long-term strategic planning that takes future problems and opportunities into consideration. Even the deliverables also need to integrate. Then the integration management also include the activity needed to manage the project documents. You see, in the project environment, I'm sure that there will be thousands of documents are created, right? It could be your software. Probably you may have the soft copies, or sometimes you may have the hard copies, in fact. So if it's your personal project, you will not create a document, isn't it? You agree with me, Mr. Your personal projects like your home project or your any other projects you do, you need not create the documents, in fact. But in the organization, every decision you take, everything you do, it has to be documented. Am I right? You'll agree with me on that, Mr. Kerry and Mr. Right? So you'll have hundreds of documents in the project environment. Why you need to create a document? Because ultimately, for the success or failure of the project manager is accountable and responsible. Am I right? You'll agree with me. But you are responsible for the project. So any decision you take, any interactions you do, you should be always documented in the interest of the project manager first. Because if something goes wrong, if the issue is documented, then that will help you to answer to the stakeholders or to any queries that I did take all these decisions, I have documented, in spite of it, something has gone wrong. In your decision making, in fact, because every stakeholders will be asking for the details, in fact. So particularly if something goes wrong in the project, there are many eyebrows that will be raised, and you will be answerable for that. For that, you need a proper documentation. So the project manager, one of the important thing is you need to manage the various project documents to ensure consistency with the project management plan, product service, and the capability deliverables, in fact. So integration between the various processes, project performing organization, and the project objectives, in fact. That means your customer, for example, that is the ultimate objective of any project is to meet the customer satisfaction. So you need to integrate the various processes that you do. You need to have the project and performing organization, and you need various 49 processes. So that is the primary job responsibility of a project manager. This is the need for the integration. So the first process, which I was just explaining, is the project charter. So what is the project charter contains? It contains the project business documents, a business case. That means why you are taking up this project. What is the need of the project, in fact? Is it to increase the market share? Is it to, for example, to meet the competition, in fact, to need of the competition? Or is it for the social cause? So you will have a business case for every project. Then benefit management plan, which we will discuss in detail, in fact. What are the benefits that the organization is going to get by doing this project? So how do you determine these benefits? The internal rate of return, net present, NPV, all those things, which we'll discuss in the following slides. The agreements, the various, every project, when you procure certain things, when you outsource certain things, either the service or the physical requirement, you will outsource it from different groups or different outsourcing company, and you need to have an agreement for that. I'm right, without the proper agreement, you will not outsource certain things. So that will be also part of your project charter. Then enterprise environmental factors, it's another input which we discussed, in fact, in detail. Enterprises or your internal factors, environmental or your external factors. Your government regulations, your regulatory authorities, your statutory requirement. These are all some of the environmental factors. Just to give one more example, in India, one of the soft beverage company, a multinational company, wanted to put up a plant to manufacture the soft beverage, in fact. In some of the states where there is acute water scarcity, what happens when you put a soft beverage industry plant, it will require lot of water, in fact. Am I right? You agree with me on that? So in certain states where there is lot of scarcity of water, those states did not give permission for the company to put up a factory, in fact. So it is an environmental factor, because the water gets depleted, and even a drinking, for drinking, it will affect for the local community. So they did not allow that project to be put up in a particular state. So it is like the environmental factors. Then organization process assets, we discussed the various long list I have discussed. So these are all some of the inputs. What are the tools and techniques? The expert judgment, which I was explaining you very clearly. Expert judgment, they are the subject matter experts in a particular domain. Suppose the project manager want to take the help of subject matter experts, he can always take that. The data gathering, the tools and technique. Brainstorming. Brainstorming is nothing but, the group of team members or the various stakeholders, you assemble in a meeting, in fact, and you collect lot of ideas from them. It's a brainstorming section. You generate ideas from them, and this is a technique that you use. The focus groups are again, your subject matter experts. In fact, from there again is another tools. The interviews, in fact, direct interviews with your team members, with the stakeholders, there's another tools and technique. The interpersonal and team skills like conflict management, which I was explaining you that very clearly. When the team members, there are conflicts are bound to be there. The difference of opinion, the misunderstanding, these are all the conflicts that can arise. And how do you handle those conflicts? There are some techniques which we'll discuss in the resource management. There are some, I'm sure you are familiar with win-win situation like collaborative or problem solving technique. That means you directly deal with them one-to-one, in fact. You call a person, understand what is his problem, try to solve those conflicts. It's called a win-win situation. The second technique could be, suppose you are not able to get convinced, you direct him, in fact. You force him to accept. That could be another conflict. That could be a win-lose situation. You may win an argument, but probably the other person may not be 100% agree with your decision making. So these are all various types of conflicts management. We'll try to understand in detail in resource management. Facilitation is nothing but, again, you're calling a group of people, you facilitate to generate ideas. That is another technique. Meeting management is nothing. Every meeting you conduct, I'm sure you will have a agenda for the meeting. Then you have, for example, the minutes of the meetings are recorded and it is circulated. So the meeting management, all those things are some of the techniques that we'll have. And what output you get is a project charter. You see, every process, these are all called ITTO. That is, every process, you will have an input, you will have a tools and technique, and you will have an output, in fact. Just an analogy I want to give. I'm sure you're all familiar with cooking rice, am I right? At home, you all make rice, am I right? Mr.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So let's say cooking a rice, what are the inputs you require to make a rice? You need water and you need raw rice, am I right? These are the two inputs that you require for the making a rice, isn't it? That's the input. What is the tools and technique you use for cooking rice? The tools are used, for example, a gas stove or an electric stove, you may use it, am I right? That could be a tool, in fact. What are the technique that you heat it to a particular temperature? Am I right? 10 minutes or 15 minutes according to the quantity that you have put in. So the tools and technique is that. And what output you get after 15 minutes of cooking the rice, you get cooked rice, isn't it? You agree with me on that? So yep. It is a process. Cooking is a process where you want to cook. You have the inputs like water and raw rice. You will have a tools and technique. You will have a stove or you got a microwave. That could be a tool. And the technique is you heat it to a particular temperature. Then you get an output of a cooked rice. Now this output can become an input for the next process. Let's say from the cooked rice, you want to make some fried rice or some biryani or something else. That output will become the input for the next process. Am I clear? Have you understood this analogy? I'm just giving a common analogy so that when we discuss the 49 processes, every process will have an input, every process will have a tools and technique, and every process you will have an output. This is called, you can write it down if you want, ITTO, in fact. I stands for input, T and T stands for TT, and output O stands for output, in fact. So we are going to discuss all the 49 processes. We will have some inputs, we will have some tools and techniques, we will have some outputs, in fact. Is it clear? Am I clear with this analogy, in fact, just to understand?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great, in fact, yeah. Because this gets repeated almost 49 times. So I thought I want you to be very familiar with these things, in fact, that's right. So to develop a project charter, you have these inputs, and this is the tools and technique you use, and this is the output you get as a project charter. We will discuss in the following slide what exactly is the project charter, what it contains. We'll try to understand that. The assumption log is that any project, you will have various assumptions, in fact. Assumptions, let's say, for example, it could be in a construction project, you may assume that during this particular season, hurricane season, we should not do this project, in fact. Am I right? It will affect your construction. Your resource availability during festival season, for example, during Christmas holidays, you may not get the required resources. So these are all various assumptions that you will have in the project. Am I right? I'm sure you will agree with me on that. So you will have that assumptions log. Log is a register. So you will have those assumptions when you develop a project charter, in fact. So this particular period, we should try to avoid. These are all the assumptions. Resources could be a constraint. This equipment may not be available. This material, raw material, for example, may not be available. So you will have all those assumptions which is recorded in your assumptions log. Great. So this is the project charter it contains. A project charter is a living document outlining the issues, the targets, and the framework. So what it will have? It will have a problem statement that, these are all the problems that we may face. These are all the risks. When you do that, it will have a business case, why you want to take up this project, the justification of the project. Is it to improve the market share? Is it to enhance the our organization capabilities, or easy to meet the competition. You will have a particular business case. Then you will have a goal statement, the target for process measurement. How do you measure your project success, in fact, in terms of your quality, in terms of your results? You will have a goal statement, and you will have a timeline, in fact. The timeline of what is the starting date and what is the ending date of the project, because any project is the definition of the project says is a temporary endeavor. So it's a timeline, and you will have a broad scope. What you are going to achieve from this project, in fact, you will have a scope of that. And at a broad, you will also have the various team members, your team members, your stakeholders, and all these things will be the part of the project charter, in fact. You can have this as a template, that will help you for your projects also when you prepare a project charter, in fact. Okay, it's now I think 11 o'clock for you guys. Can we take about 20 minutes break so that, is it fine?
Okay.
Okay, so we'll have about 20 minutes break, and we'll try to reassemble it so that. Okay.
You said 30. You said 30 minutes, so that's 11:30.
Okay. Oh, 11:30. Okay, fine. Yeah, we can take 30 minutes break. Absolutely, no problem.
No, I'm sorry. I couldn't really understand. I don't know if you were saying 13 minutes or 30 minutes.
30. We'll take 20. I thought 20 minutes. We'll take 20 minutes.
Oh, 20. Okay.
Yeah, 20. Yeah, we'll take 20 minutes break, in fact, and we'll come back.
Great.
Okay.
Thank
Any questions so far? Any questions? Have anything about?
The graphic.
Yeah.
The graphic that you have on screen right now, is that in the book?
It might be. It may be. But we are going to share with you. In fact, it must be there. It's right. Yeah. That's few changes would have. We would have made a few changes. In fact, but almost similar one will be there. It's right. Yeah.
Okay, so you'll have all these slides that are up. We'll be able to look at as well, right?
Yeah. You can download it, and it will be there. In fact, in the LMS, it will be there in the Ismart the web portal. It will be there.
Okay, great.
Yeah. And we are going to send it also. In case if it is not there, we'll mail it to you so that you can have that.
Yeah, I just want to add this. This recording is going to be available within 24 hours.
Yeah, that's
on
right.
the portal, so there shouldn't be any problem.
Any problem? You will get it by tomorrow evening. You will have this recording. In fact. Okay, that's
excellent. Right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. So we will have a break, and we'll. Hello. Are you back?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Just carry your back. Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Yes, I'm back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, great. Okay. So we've had almost about 2 hours of session. How do you find it? Just to get a quick feedback from both of you. Is it going well?
Yes.
Okay. The concepts are clear. I hope you're able to get a hang on those concepts or whatever you have discussed so far. Is it clear?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Okay. Even some of the explanation which I've been giving, I hope it's to the point and you are able to understand those things clearly. That's right. Yeah.
Yes, it's easy to, I guess, relate to some real life experience on every example that you give.
Yeah. Okay. Great. That's right. And you can also discuss, probably you can also share your experiences so that, we can all understand, and that will also help you to understand some of these concepts, in fact. Try to put this in your own working environment or what you have experienced in your projects so that, those things, you can easy to relate to these concepts. That's important, that's right. Here, one product about the scope, since both of you have a lot of experience, any scope, you should have that what it should be and what it should not contain also. What is in and what is out of the project. This is very important. The scope definition, because if the scope is not clear, there will be a lot of ambiguity, am I right, in a project. That means you are not collecting the information from your customer, the requirement. If it is not clear, then you will have a lot of misunderstanding with your customer. And the scope, can go for a task. So the project charter also will contain a broad level of the scope requirement. In fact, what is in and what is not there in the scope. In fact, so the team members here, the people who participate in the project, it could be your team members, it could be your stakeholders, All this information you will have in your project charter. This is a template. I'm sure both of you must be familiar with this. Again, you can download this. Once you become the project management, the PMI member, you can download a lot of templates, which you can customize it to your project requirement in your organization. This is an example of a project charter. It will have a project name, a project description. You'll have who is the project manager, and who is the sponsor for the project. That means your owner or the promoter or whoever his name will be mentioned, the date approved and the signature. This is the template. You will have a brief business case. Why you are doing this project? What is the purpose of doing this project? How the organization is going to get benefit out of the project. So in terms of quantity, in terms of revenue generation, all those details will be filled up in the business case. Then expected goals and deliverables. What we are going to achieve out of this project. If it is a new product you are developing, what market share is going to help? How much additional revenue generation is going to generate from this project? And what are the expected goals, the deliverables, in fact, at what stage, you need to get the deliverables. So all these things will be mentioned here. And the team members, each project will have various team members, their names will be mentioned, and a clear role and responsibility of each of those team members will be mentioned, in fact. Then the risk, every project, as I explained, will have some risk and constraints. At a broad level, what are the various risks and constraints the project may have? Risk in terms of, for example, in a construction project, the hurricane month, for example, could be a risk. You cannot do the project during months. As I tell you that, the availability of resources during holidays might be a risk, that could be a constraint. So we need to plan our schedule accordingly. So all those, various risks and constraints we'll mention. Then the key milestones. For example, in a home construction project, when you are putting a foundation, after how many days the foundation is, could be one foundation, one milestone. Putting up, for example, roofing could be another milestone. Then putting up for example, the front door could be another milestone in a project. So all these things, the project charter will have. The most important thing is the project charter authorizes the project manager to go ahead with the project, in fact. It authorizes you to get the required resources. It could be human resources, it could be physical resources, it could be financial resources. So the project charter is one which authorizes the project manager to get the required resources, in fact. Have you gone through this any time, Mr. Carey, and in your projects, this type of charters?
Yeah, like a project start form. So it's pretty similar to this.
Somewhere done. You are familiar with this, in fact. I'm right. That's right. Great. That's right. And who has signed in your organization the project charter? Who has
right now the general manager.
Manager, is it? Okay, manager. Okay, that's right. And Mr. Allen, in your experience, who would have signed the project charter?
My last company would be the project director.
Yeah. Director, in fact. Okay, project director. That's great. Okay, that's fine. Because in the examination perspective, there are two questions you can expect. One is, who authorizes the project charter? That question may come. They will give you 4 options. For example, they will give you a sponsor, team member, customer, like that, 4 options they would have given. Who authorizes or who signs the project charter? It is always your sponsor who authorizes your project, in fact. Am I right? Because he's the one who is funding the project. So he will be the project sponsor, in fact, your owner or your promoter or whatever the designation you call them. This is very important to understand, in fact, because from the examination perspective, you can expect 1 or 2 questions on the project charter, in fact. Great. The next process is develop project management plan. This comes under the planning thing, in fact. So this is another important process in the project management plan. So what are the inputs here? You will have the project charter. You see, as I was telling you that every process, you will have an input and you will have an output. So the output of developing project charter, here is the output here. You can see that will become the input for this process. Develop project management plan is a process. This will be the project charter is one of the input from the, which is the input from the, for this process, which was the output of the previous process. I gave you the analogy of the cooking, like that, you know, every process will have some inputs, outputs, and that output can be input for the other process. Now, the outputs from other processes also, there are 49 processes are there. So there are some processes, outputs also can be the inputs for the development of project management plan. Enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets, which I discussed in detail. These are the two important inputs which is keep coming in various processes here. Now, what are the tools and techniques? Expert judgment. I told you that subject matter experts. For example, you need some financial advice. So what you do internally, you go to your finance manager. Suppose, you know, you need to have some risk knowledge, you know, you need some, if your company has got a risk promoter or a risk manager, you go to his expert advice. If a company does not have that, then you go for an outsider or as a consultant, in fact. So these are the subject matter experts who are experts in a particular domain, who are the experts in that knowledge area. The data gathering, which I explained to you very clearly, brainstorming is the collection of ideas, in fact, from the team members or from various stakeholders. In fact, you generate ideas, you do the brainstorming and get the ideas for that. The checklist, you know, the various, you will have a checklist of all the ideas. In fact, you know, you will have a complete list of all the things, when to do, what to do, all the complete checklist of the project, you will have it. The focus groups, again, you know, it is basically it's a subject matter experts, and interviews, you know, you interview with your various stakeholders or your team members. These are all some of the tools and techniques. Again, is a repetition of the same interpersonal, which I explained, the conflict facilitation and meetings. And what you get is an output is a project management plan. Project management plan is a comprehensive, detailed plan of how to manage your project, how to execute, how to monitor and control, and how to close the project. It will have a complete details of that. And every time you visit the project management plan, when you keep progressing in the project, because the project management plan will also contain all the other knowledge areas plan. For example, it will have a subsidiary plan of your schedule, you will have a scope, it will have risk management plan, it will have a quality management plan, it will have stakeholders management plan, it will have procurement management plan. Apart from this, it will also have three important baselines in any project. Can you just tell me, Mr. Kerry, with your experience, what are the three important baselines in a project which you always compare or you monitor your performance? Three baselines?
For me, scope,
Yeah.
budget, and schedule.
Excellent. In fact, okay. Mr. Allen, I think you're also familiar with those things. Am I right? Any project will have three baseline. One is the cost baseline, because you keep comparing your project progress against the cost you have incurred. Is it as per the cost, or is it going above the cost, or is it below the cost? Schedule baseline, because you know every project, the success is that within timely completion of the project is very important. So you compare or you progress, you monitor your progress against your schedule baseline. And the third important baseline is your scope baseline. In fact, whether the project is going as per the scope agreed or defined in the beginning, in fact. So these are the three important baselines you will have in the project management plan. So this is a very important document that you generate, and it keeps getting updated. In fact, after doing every process, if any changes happens in the baselines, in fact, you know, you update those baselines and it will be part of the project management plan. Then the meetings which we discuss. So the develop project management plan, these are the inputs. The project charter is one of the important input, which will have a business case, which will have the various other things. And these are the tools and technique, and you get a project management plan. So the outputs from many other processes described in section 5 are integrated to create the project management plan. The subsidiary plans and the baselines that are an output from other planning process, which I just explained, the cost baseline, the schedule baseline, the scope baseline, also the inputs. In addition, changes to these documents may necessitate to update the project management plan, which is continuously it gets updated whenever the changes are happened. So it is a living document, or you can call it also a dynamic document in your project environment. Ms. Kerry, have you prepared any in your project management plan? Have you prepared?
Yes, sir.
You have prepared it. Okay, great. Okay. And who would have helped you to prepare this plan? Who all in your team?
Usually the project engineer helped me.
Engineers?
And also the
okay.
Yes.
Okay, great input. That's nice input. Okay. And Mr. Allen, are you familiar with the project management plan?
What was that? Say that again.
Project management plan. Are you familiar? Have you prepared any time in your projects?
No, not really, no.
Not really. Okay. Probably somebody else would have helped you to prepare it, or they would have prepared it and you would have gone through that like that. Okay, that's right. Because every project will have a project management plan. As I said that you keep visiting this project management plan according to a requirement. Where any changes happen, it always gets updated, in fact. Okay. So this is the complete list of a project management plan, which I was just trying to explain. It will have a scope management plan, requirement management plan. This is a requirement that you collect from your customers, from your stakeholders. What all their requirement? For example, in a home project, from the stakeholders, what all they require. They require 2-bedroom house. They require 3-bedroom house. They should have a balcony. The flooring should be the tiles, the color, the painting of the wall should be this particular color. The kitchen should have the wardrobe, or the kitchen should have a shelf. In fact, your master bedroom should have a wardrobe to keep the clothes. All these requirement, will be stored in the requirement management plan for the project. You'll have schedule management plan, cost, quality, resource, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholders. These are all the various risk management plan. You will have knowledge areas you will have. It will also have the change management plan. This is also very important because the changes are bound to happen in a project, and how do you manage those changes, in fact. Any changes, as I told you, it has to go through the change control board, and change control board has to approve that changes, in fact. Mr. Kerry, you had any change control boards in your organization? Or who is to authorize the changes?
VP of construction and VP of engineering.
Engineering, okay. They used to authorize or approve the changes, am I right? So that's right.
Right. If the client is asking for or adding to the scope, they have to authorize to know whether I can do it or not.
Do it or not, absolutely right. And you would have studied the impact on scope, cost, and schedule of the changes, am I right? You would have done that. Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure, Alan, you must also experienced this thing, in fact, like projects.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So that's the change management plan, which is clearly defined. Then configuration management of various configuring, how you configure those things. These are the 3 important baselines, which you're all familiar with: the scope, schedule, and cost. Performance measurement baseline, that means you have a set of parameters against that, how you measure your performance against your baselines of cost baseline, schedule baseline, and schedule baseline. Project life cycle description is a predictive life cycle or an adaptive life cycle. You describe that. And what is the development approach? How you are going at about this project, in fact. So what is the development approach that you'll have? These are all the contents of the project management plan. What are the project documents? As I told you that every project, you'll have hundreds of documents, in fact. And these are all some of the important documents. The activity attributes, I will explain to you in detail what is activity attributes. Activity list is a various activity that you undertake for the project. For example, laying a foundation could be one activity, erecting the pillars could be another activity, painting could be another activity, your plumbing work could be another activity. So you list out all the activities for the project. Then the assumption log. Assumption log is what all assumptions that you need to keep in mind that, as I told you, it could be resources constraints, it could be availability of materials, it could be various other factors. You keep that. You also have the basis of estimate. When you estimate something, what is the rationale? What is the basis of estimating? Let's say in the previous project, it has taken 10 hours to do an activity. How did you arrive at that 10 hours? That means how many people worked, how many resources utilized, how many hours they worked, in fact. You keep that as a basis of estimation, in fact. That is the rationale for taking the decision. Then the change log is every project will have the change request. Change log is whether the change is approved or not approved, accepted or not accepted. All those changes will be mentioned in the change log. That is right from the beginning till the end of the project, who raised the change request, when it was approved, whether it has been, your triple constraints has been analyzed. All those factors will be mentioned in the change request, in fact. Most important to remember is the change log will contain both approved and not approved requests will be mentioned in the change log. Cost estimates, every activity, there is a cost involved, and you estimate the cost. We'll discuss in detail about in the cost knowledge area. Cost forecast, in fact, after a particular stage when you evaluate your project performance, so far we have spent, let's say at the end of 2 months, that your project has spent, let's say, just an example that you spent $500,000. Now you have to do the balance project. So how much it is going to cost to complete the balance? So you do the cost estimation or cost forecast. Then duration estimate, similar way, for the schedule, in fact, you always estimate the duration. Issues log or the problem faced. This is very important. Who raised the issues, the conflicts, in fact, all those things, who is the person, when it was resolved, has it been resolved permanently or still there are some issues? All those things, will be mentioned in the issue log. Lessons learned register, again, it's keep getting updated. In fact, during every process, each activity or each project you do, in fact, you get lessons, you learn a lot of things, knowledge, all those things, are documented in the lessons learned. The milestone list, various important milestones of the project. In the construction, for example, the foundation, which I gave you, the pillars or erecting the roof, all those things, different milestone. In software industry could be you design, in fact, then you test it, could be another milestone. Then make use of, user-friendly could be another milestone. All those things could be different milestones. Then your physical resource assignments, in fact, the equipments, in fact, each particular equipments, in fact, all those resources, what they're doing, in fact, all those activity list you will have that. The project calendars is another important, in fact, particularly for a long-term projects which runs into several years, you will have a calendar which will contain that how many resources available, what is the resource requirement, how many are available, all those details will be there in the project calendars. Your project communication, 90% of the time, I'm sure Mr. Alan and Ms. Kerry will agree with that, your 90% of your time you spend in a project environment is the communication. You'll be talking to your stakeholders, you'll be talking to your team members. So that is the project communication is another important document. Project schedule, in fact, project schedule is your starting date, your ending date, in fact, all those things. Then schedule network diagram, we will discuss in detail in the schedule network, schedule knowledge area. Project scope statement, which contains, what all we should do and what all we should not do in the project. All those, again, in the scope knowledge area, we'll discuss. Project team assignments, the various team members that, what all their roles and responsibility. Quality control measurements, every project will have some quality guidelines, in fact, and how do you control, in fact, what are the quality metrics? We'll discuss this in detail in the quality knowledge area. The quality metrics, how do you measure your quality, in fact? Is it customer satisfaction? Is it as per the requirement? All those things. You make a quality report and circulate to various stakeholders, your requirement documentation, your requirement traceability metrics. Requirement trace, I'll show you the example of how it looks like, in fact, because there are hundreds of documents are generated. So the requirement traceability metrics will help you to get the required document in a particular. It will be coded, probably it is there, I'll share with you. Then resource breakdown structure, your physical resources, your human resources. You have a breakdown structure of that, your resource calendars, your physical requirements, in fact, when it is required, when it is available, then resource requirements, your risk register, your risk report, your schedule data, schedule forecast, stakeholder register, team charter, and test and evaluation documents. When it is tested, you create a document. These are all some of the examples of the project document. The list goes on according to your project requirement, the complexity of the project. If it's a very simple project, probably you may have a very less documents. But if it's a multi-complex projects, you will have several documents. As I told you, the project manager is very important. He maintain all these documents. In fact, it will come for his rescue if something goes wrong tomorrow in the project environment, because every project will have a lot of risk. And if the project manager does not have these type of documents, then something goes wrong, then he will has to cut a sorry figure. So it's very important that in the project document, the documents are all getting updated, is all getting informed, the various project reports and everything to the different stakeholders. So the third process is this is the direct and manage project work. Excuse me, I'll just have a glass of water. Thank you. So the direct and manage project work, it is, in fact, what are the key inputs here? We're talking about the project management plan, which is an output of the previous process. Any component of other, for example, other knowledge areas, in part, or other processes, your various project documents, which we just discussed. In fact, these are all probably the various documents. But what is relevant for this process only, you take that out of that. And change log is one, here you take lessons learned register, milestone list, project communication, project schedule, requirement traceability matrix, and risk register and risk report. These are all the documents required for this process, direct and manage project work. Why do you require change log? Because change request has come. In fact, you have entered in the change register. It's also important because you are doing an execution work. You look at the lessons learned from the previous projects. That could be important input. Your list of milestone. You are executing a home project. What are the list of milestone? Could be putting a foundation, could be one milestone. Erecting the pillar could be another milestone. So you have the list of all those milestones. Your various project communication, your project schedule. What is the starting date? What is the end date? In fact. And you will have for each activity, you will have a schedule, am I right? Let's say in the foundation, in a home project that, you will have a schedule to do this activity. We need 10 days or 12 days time. What is the starting date or what is the ending date? All those details will have various requirement traceability metrics. In fact, from the customer, you'll have this, you'll have a register of that. Then the risk register, risk report, approved change request. All the change request, or go through the change control board, and after the approval, it will become your approved change request. In fact, because just to repeat, the approved change request or nothing but the change request. Once it goes through the change control board, after the approval, it will become the approval change request. Enterprise environmental factors and OPA are the common inputs which we discussed. So what are the tools and techniques here? The expert judgment, project management information system. Let me see whether I have that project management in this. This is the project management information system. You will have a process, you have the people, you have the organization, and you will have the various tools, in fact, PM software, in fact. Ms. Kerry, you must be having your own PMIs in your company? Project management information like ERP tools, am I right? All those you have?
I don't know what PM software where we really use it. We haven't been really using software.
You have software?
No, we use.
Yeah, okay.
No, we've been using like Excel to do a lot of the.
Yeah, okay. MS Office, Microsoft Office use? Yeah.
Yeah, Microsoft Office and Microsoft Project and scheduling Primavera.
Yeah, correct. That's right. Even Gantt chart probably you must be having, am I right? Even Gantt chart you use?
Yeah, from Microsoft.
Yeah, you do.
Project.
Yeah, you do that.
Yeah.
I'm sure, Mr. Allen, you must be also familiar with these project management information system, right?
Yeah, basically Office programs and
absolutely right. Office, yeah.
Schedule, MS Schedule.
Yeah, absolutely right. This will help you, to keep a track of the project, and also it will also help you to develop your communication plan because the people are involved, the organizations are involved. So this is an important tools and technique in the project management. Let's go back this. So meetings, of course, how often you conduct meetings in Ms. Kerry in your projects? How often you could do the meetings?
I'm not a huge meeting person, so I do once a week with the client.
Once a week with the client? Okay.
Yeah, once a week with the internal engineering team.
Okay, great. Okay.
And then for the major vendors, once a week.
Once a week.
Yes.
And you have an agenda for the meeting, and you circulate the minutes of the meeting. All this, am I right? You do that.
Yeah, right. Yes, set an agenda up for it.
Yeah, yes. That's right. Okay. I'm sure Mr. Allen also must be doing it. You must have done this in your organization. That's right. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Definitely once a week with several different meetings and several people.
Yeah, several people. Absolutely right. That's right. Probably the meetings with your sponsor, or it could be on a daily basis also, right? Because you'll have the meetings with them. You apprise them about the status of the project. All those things you'll be having. That's right.
Yes.
Great. And what are the outputs here? We get deliverables and the work performance data, in fact. Work performance data is nothing but a raw data. You have done this process. A data, for example, you have cooked the rice. It took 10 minutes. That could be one data. Am I right? Another data is to make 1 kilo rice, you use about 2 liters of water. Could be another data. So it's all the work performance data that, you compile it. The issue log is nothing but the various issues raised during the project. In fact, the issues are raised by the people. There will be a lot of conflicts. Who has raised the issue? When did he raise it? And who solved the problem? When it was solved? All those things gets documented in the issue log. The change request is an output because any process, any change request from your external customer or your internal customer, all those change requests could be another. The change log is here is an input. In fact, once you register the changes in the change log, it goes through that process and it will become a change request. Then you have a project management plan, which I just explained to you. It is a comprehensive document where how you run the project, how you manage, how you execute, how to monitor and control. That is the project management plan, which will also have the various supplementary plans like all the 10 knowledge area, the change management plan, the requirement plan, management plan, and also the 3 baselines: cost baseline, schedule baseline, and scope baseline. I keep repeating so that you also get familiar and memorize. It's easy to memorize these things for you. Then any component of 6 project documents update, you'll have an activity list, you'll have an assumption log, your lessons register, requirement documentation, and risk register stakeholder. All these things keep getting updated in this process, and organization process assets also gets updated. In fact, organization process assets, it will contain most important lessons learned register. So by each process, what are the new lessons we learned? It also get updated here, in fact. This is the direct and managed project work. So this is an example of requirement traceability metric, which I was just telling you a few minutes time. For example, this is a project line name is Online Flight Booking Application. This is the project name. Now here, the business requirements document is called a BRD. Business requirement, you will have the codes for that, BR1, BR2, business requirement, business user case, reservation module, and payment module. These are all the business requirement. And the functional requirement, probably you can codify it. The functional requirement, user case, one-way test booking, round-way tracking. These are all the requirements of from the customer. Multi-city ticketing booking by credit card, debit card, then priority is all high or medium. And the test case, will have the codes. In fact, this is one example of a requirement traceability metrics. You can download it from the project management PMA once you become from their website, and you can customize it according to your requirement. You can write your project name, then you write all these things. This will help you. This is an example, a template of requirement traceability metrics. Ms. Kerry, I just want to understand are you in the present project? Are you involved in any project, and what is the budget for the project?
Right now,
yeah,
the budget is 172 million.
Oh, that's great. And what is the period for the project? What is the schedule? What is the time frame for the project? Schedule?
Scheduled to be done in February.
February. How many months project it is? How many months? How many years?
Typically, it takes about 10 months, but we're trying to do it at 8.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, you are going to advance the project, huh? 2 months.
Yeah, we're going with a different technique the way we're going to build it.
Oh, excellent. That's great, in fact. Congratulations. That means you must be saving a lot of money out of that, am I right? If you do it in 8 months? Okay.
Yeah, because we're doing module building instead of trying to stick build it.
Oh, okay. I see. That's great, in fact. Why is it because of technological advancement or the new technology you have used it? You are able to advance it?
Yeah, so we're having instead of us building the racks piece by piece, like we're having a vendor build it in modules for us. So when they ship it out, it arrives pretty much already attached. So we just have to install that module.
Oh, okay.
So it increased the cost a little bit, but saved the time. So we'll end up at the end saving more money.
Oh, yeah, that's great. In fact, okay. That's it. You're going to save a lot of money. I think 2 months is a pretty good period. Am I right?
Yeah.
That's right. 2 months is a pretty good period. In fact, that's good. In fact. Okay. So your management must be very happy about that.
Yeah, especially if we get done on time. Yeah.
And how many people are involved in this project? How many people are there?
Right now, there's about in the engineering phase, so there's about 30 people. But when we staff up, there'll probably be about 300 people.
Oh, 300 people. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, great. 300 people. That's good. And what capacity you are involved in this project?
I'm the project director. So I'm working with the project manager, construction project manager, and then that engineering project manager.
Oh, excellent. That's good. In fact. Okay. That's great to hear, in fact, Ms. Kerry. I think you can share a lot of your experience in the next 4 days. That's good. That's good. So that's the project information I explained. Yeah. Have you used this requirement traceability metrics in any of your projects for this to get the documents and this like this?
No, I haven't. Not yet.
You're not. Okay, fine. That's probably again, it all depends upon the tailoring the requirement. That's what is required. Only use it. In fact, that's right. This is all for high, big project, complex projects. They will have this. So this is another example of PMIs. Here, you can see here the PMI is basically a very interactive one. You'll have the project management office, then the executive, then your ERP system, your quality approval, then your calendar sharing. In fact, that also could be a project. In fact, then your issue and risk management, Then your library, your document sharing. In fact, document sharing is whether what technique you use. Is it cloud sourcing or internally you share it? In fact, how you do that? Then site photos, in fact, in the projects, which you keep communicating to your contractor, your site manager, and your customer. So the PMS is more of an interactive thing, with the various stakeholders, in fact, both internal and the external. Here, your external could be your customer, your contractor also could be your internal customer. In fact, sometimes you need to communicate to the statutory bodies or the government regulatories. All those things will be the part of the PMS, Project Management Information System. So in the integration management, this is one flow I request you to understand. This is an execution, direct and managed project work. Then you have a work performance data. This work performance data, you validate scope, you control scope, These are all the various processes which we will be discussing that. The work performance data is your raw data. As I told you that, just an analogy that cooking took place, for example, 10 minutes. That's one data. We heated it about 15 minutes. Some degree percentage could be another data. How much raw material used could be data. In fact, it will go through this process. When the data is analyzed, it will become a information. In fact, am I right? You agree with me on that? When the data is analyzed, it will become an information. For example, from your home to reach office, you say that it has taken 20 minutes. It's only data. But how it will become an information? I drove my car at the speed of, let's say, 50 miles per hour or 60 miles per hour, and I was able to reach my office in about 30 minutes time. So that will become a sort of information. That means you are analyzing the data it will become an information. And this information in the next process, you will send it as a report, work performance report. This information you communicate to various stakeholders, it will become the work information report, and it will go to the monitor and control project work, in fact. So this is the process it will happen. The work performance data, it's a raw data. It goes through a various process, which I'll explain. Validate scope, control scope. So all these process, when it goes through, it will become information. And this work performance information, when it goes through the monitor and control process group, it will become the work performance report. In fact, this is the flow, how the data are flown, and what is the work performance data and work performance information. So here, this is the executing process, work performance data. It will go through the control processes. And once it goes through control processes, it will become information, general and integration. It will become the work performance reports, which the performance reports you inform to the stakeholders, your team members, and your change control, in fact. This is just an example of the previous thing. You see, these are all the control processes: validate scope, control schedule. These are all the control scope. And it goes through that, it will become an information. This is an example of that, just for you to understand the flow of how the information is flown in the organization. So the next knowledge area is a manage project knowledge. In fact, this has been included in the PMBOK 6. It was not there in the PMBOK Guide 5. Regarding the PMBOK, I want to explain that, this is the 6th series. Every 3 years or 4 years, the project management body of knowledge gets updated. That means various industry experts, for example, you are Alan, Mr. Kerry, you have all worked in the projects for 15 years and 20 years. You would have acquired a lot of new knowledge, right? Each project, what new lessons learned. No, you are just telling that, Mr. Kerry, that, your time schedule was 10 months. But now you're able to complete the project in 8 months' time, am I right? So there are a lot of lessons generated from this example, am I right? From your project, you document all those things, and that will help the organization for the future projects, isn't it, Ms. Carey? That will really help your organization. So you share that knowledge. So the manage and project knowledge, every time, the new knowledge comes, that will become a source for the future information. So the managed project knowledge is a new knowledge, area, that new process that has been included in the PMBOK Guide 6. What it contains? It contains inputs, project management plan, your all components which we discussed, the various project documents. Out of the various project documents, these are some of the important. One is the lessons learned register, the project team assignments, resource breakdown structures, source selection criteria. I will explain to you in the procurement knowledge area what is this. So how do you select? What is the criteria for selecting a sources, in fact? So that we'll discuss. That is another input. Your stakeholders register. Every project will have various stakeholders, internal stakeholders, external stakeholders. You have a complete list of all the stakeholders who are involved in the project. Then various deliverables, your enterprise environmental factors and OPA, these are all the common inputs in most of the processes. What you get here, tools and techniques, the expert judgment, which I already explained, they are all the subject matter experts. Your knowledge management, what new knowledge you learn from each of the project. Classic example, Mr. Kerry gave that the 10 months project you are able to complete in 8 months because of using the advanced technology or using a different method altogether. So it is a big knowledge you have gained. That knowledge, you are to manage is an example of that. Your information management, the various information you collect, that, how you manage that information, to whom you have to inform this information. Whether all the team members, all the stakeholders should be informed about it, or only certain set of stakeholders should be informed. This all comes under the information management, or it also part of the communication management. Just to give one more example, your sponsor probably, what he will be interested in all the complete status of the project every minute, am I right? He wants to know how much you have spent, how many resources you have used, whether the quality of the project is there, all the information the sponsor will be requiring. Whereas your finance manager, probably one of the stakeholders, what he would be interested in only in the finance he has provided with the project. Is it underutilized? Is it overspent? So he would like to know about the finance. That is the information management for depending upon each of the stakeholders. Your HR manager probably will be informing, or he'll be requiring only information for the resources that he has provided to you for your project. Is the resources is properly utilized? Is it underutilized? Is it overutilized? Like that, or any people are idle without any work. It's all information you provide to the various stakeholders. Interpersonal and team skills, your active listening. This is very important for the project manager. You should be a good listener, in fact. Then only you will know that which customer has what customer requirement. You will be able to understand each of your requirements. You must be a good active listener. Facilitation is how you facilitate your team members, your leadership quality. You should be a good motivator. You should be good in team management. You should be good in communication. Your networking ability, in fact, again, how you get along with your various stakeholders. That is the networking you do, in fact, your external customers, your internal customers, in fact, to develop a rapport. Your political awareness. You see, in every project, there will be lot of internal politics. Some stakeholders will be supportive. Some stakeholders will not be supportive. Some stakeholders will be criticizing your projects. So all that, you should be a political awareness within the organization. You must be aware of it, in fact. Ms. Kerry, have you experienced such politics in your project? Anytime?
Yeah, always. Yeah, always. Yeah, there's always politics. From both sides, client side and contractor side.
It's always there, am I right? That's right. Can you give an example? How did you overcome that? You want to share any experience?
Yeah, absolutely. I had a smaller project at a plant, and I was working with the construction manager, and we had a plant shut down so we could install some spray nozzles inside of a tank.
Okay.
And so this was a 24-hour working project since the plant was shut down.
Okay.
My construction manager, I was on the daytime. My construction manager did the nighttime, so I left for that night. It was also my birthday.
Oh, I see.
Construction manager had it handled, and they ran into an issue where the nozzle didn't quite fit in. So we had to try to find somebody to grind it down so it could fit in on a Sunday.
Oh, I see.
And because I wasn't there, even though it wouldn't matter if I was there or not, I got a call from the plant director asking why I wasn't out there. That type of deal. It made operations feel better when the project manager's there on site with stuff like that versus when you're not there on site. So of course I had to do what I was doing to go into the plant and pretty much sit there. Yeah. So that was a political move.
Oh, okay. So you're familiar with all those. That's right. Sure. Even Mr. Alan, I think in your project, I think you must have also had a lot of experience like that, correct?
Yes, everything from A to Z, pretty much.
I see. Pretty much. That's right. Yeah. Because when people are there, definitely there will be politics. In fact, the ego clashes. Most of the time, it is the ego clash. And sometimes, even among the stakeholders, there will be a lot of difference of opinion. All those things, So as a project manager, you should be aware of these things. When you're aware of it, you will know how to manage those things. In fact, that's important. So what is the output you get out of this here is your lessons learned register. Your project management plan gets updated. Basically, in all the cost baseline, your schedule baseline, your scope baseline, you will get updated. And any other components pertaining to the project management plan also gets updated, and your OPA, your lessons learned registers and all other things also gets updated. This is the managed project knowledge. Oh, sorry. This is one example of deliverables. Probably this take an example from the software industry. Here is a deliverable requirement definition, functionals and not functionals. In the month of February, you need to deliver software model. You need to deliver in the month of March. System design diagram sequences components in the month of April. System prototype, these are all the software development, what would be possible, May and June. And software done in the month of August, the final thing. This is one example of for the software industry. For example, in the construction project, you say that, here foundation could be one requirement, that you deliver in a particular period. Then after foundation, you will have the erecting the pillars, putting the roof, the various deliverables will be there. Probably another example, a similar analogy we can give. This is the list of deliverables. So lessons learned register, basically the lessons learned register can include the category and description of this situation. The lessons learned register may also include the impact, the recommendation, and the proposed action associated with the situation. The lessons learned register may record challenges, problems realized, risk and opportunity, or other content as appropriate. All these things should be recorded in the lessons learned register. It is created as an output as this process early in the project. Therefore, after it is used as an input and updated as an output in many processes throughout the project. The persons or teams involved in the work are also involved in the capturing the lesson. This is very important. Who are all the people working in a particular activity or a particular project? They are involved in developing or capturing these lessons learned, because they are the one who have got the practical experience or who have got the practical knowledge of the project. So they need to document. For example, Ms. Kerry, now you got a great lessons learned from your project that from 10 months to 8 months, you were able to cut short. I'm sure it is one of the biggest lessons, you can record it for the future project, that how you did that. In fact, am I right? It will become an excellent your organization process asset for your future projects. At the end of a project or phase, this information is transferred to the organization process assets, which I just explained, and it will become a repository for the future projects, in fact. The next process is the monitor and control project work. So how do you monitor and control the project? It comes under monitoring and controlling process group. Throughout the project, it's very important that you keep monitoring and controlling the project. Otherwise, if you don't do that, what happens? It can go out of your control. So what are the inputs here we are talking about? Here the project management plan, any component, project documents, your assumption log, your basis of estimates, which I just explained, the issue log. These are all the project documents required for this process. Then your work performance information, which I just explained, the work performance data, go through the various control scopes or control quality, it will become a information. In fact, the process of control, once it goes through, you analyze the data, it will become the information. It will become the input for this. And your agreements, enterprise environmental factors, and OP are the other two common inputs. What are the tools and techniques here? The data analysis. What is the alternative analysis? Alternative analysis is, for example, you are getting some material from one supplier. Can we look at, if there is some problem, you come to know that you have a data that, he is not able to deliver in time. So you look at, can you look at the various other suppliers to get that product or get the requirement? So you look at the alternative analysis, in fact. You'll also look at, for example, if the labors, if the particular resources are not available, then what else you can do? Can you get these resources from other projects? Is there any other way of getting it? So you look at the various alternative analysis for that. The cost benefit analysis, which we'll discuss in detail in the cost knowledge area, cost benefit analysis. The cost benefit analysis, what is the cost involved and what is the benefit, in fact, we are going to get out of it, in fact. So that is the another thing you look at. Your earned value analysis, we'll discuss this earned value management in the schedule and in the cost knowledge area in detail. Then root cause analysis, you always look at what are the factors. If something is going wrong, what are the reasons for that? Let's say that, your downtime of production. Suppose you are not able to achieve your production as per the schedule. Then what you do, you do a root cause, in fact. Why is it happening? Is it happening because of the people, your team members are not working? Whether you have any issues from the machineries, whether are you using the proper technology? You try to do the root cause analysis. And suppose, from the people, in fact, if people could be the factor, what is the reason for that? Are they not skilled enough to do this job? Do they lack motivation? Do they require more training? Do they have the required competence level? All those things, you do the root cause analysis. Then the trend analysis, in fact, you also look at the trends, how the pattern it's going on. In fact, you look at it. The variance analysis is the difference between the actual and the planned, in fact. That is the variance analysis. Let's say, for example, the Ms. Kerry's project, your various analysis, let's say 10 months was your planned, your scheduled for that, and you are able to do the project in 8 months. That means when you do the various analysis, it shows that, you will have 2 months of surplus. That means you are advancing the project. So that is called a variance analysis. An example, similar way, suppose if the project is delayed by 1 month, then you do the analysis. The planned was 12 months, actual is 13 months, in fact. So there is 1 month of excess time. In fact, these are all the various analysis you do. Similar way you do it for your cost also. In fact, you planned, let's say, in fact, $500,000, the project got exceeded. It took another about $1,000 or $10,000 more, in fact. So you do the various analysis in terms of cost, in terms of schedule, and in terms of quality also you do it. The decision-making technique, whether it's a unanimous decision or it is a majority decision or it is a direct or a single person decision. You look at the various decision making, and also before you take a decision, you look at the data, then you look at what are the possible things can happen. In fact, you look at, before taking a decision, you look at the various alternatives, then you take a decision. The meetings, then what your output you get is your work performance reports and the change requests. So here, you see the input is the work performance information. As I told you that this work performance information goes through the monitor and control process. It will become the work performance reports. This is the report that you are going to send to your various stakeholders. For example, here I showed you, this is the work performance report. You are going to communicate to your stakeholders, your team members, or to the change request. In fact, this is the process that it goes through. Then various other things which change request also gets updated here. For example, in the issue log or the change log, it will come, it will get updated here. This is another important output, and these are all the outputs, that, it gets updated project documents, your cost forecast, your issue log, your lessons learned register, schedule forecast, all these things, gets updated in the process. So these are some of the work performance reports, examples, status report, your memos, your justifications, in fact, why you had to do that. What are the reasons for that? You justify your action. So that also could be your work performance report. Then information notes, in fact, that, just you collect that information and send it to various stakeholders, your recommendation, your updates, all these things, all you call the work performance reports. Work performance reports are the physical or electronic representation of work performance information compiled in the project documents. It's all basically to generate decisions, actions, or awareness. Specific work performance metrics may be defined at the start of the project and included in the normal work reports provided by stakeholders, in fact. Ms. Kerry, in your projects, how do you transmit your information? Is it all electronic or you have hard copies?
Mostly it's electronic.
Mostly electronic, am I right? Yeah, that's right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where do you store your documents? Is it cloud sourcing or internal? You have.
We have an internal document system that we store everything on.
Store it, okay. And you don't maintain any physical reports, am I right? You don't have any hard copies, do you maintain for anything?
No.
No.
The only hard copies we will have is maybe some drawings, but those are just usually for the field.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. So it's most of it is all electronic reports.
Yes.
And how about the accessing those reports? Everybody can access, or only the particular people can access it?
Everybody on the project can access it, and the client can access. We have a specific server, like an FTP site for the client.
Oh, okay. And you are given the permission or authorization for that, am I right? They need to get those things.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
Correct.
That's how it's being done. Okay, that's right. Because in the project environment, work performance reports are very, very critical. Because the various status reports you are sending, your information, your recommendation, all those things are the part of that. Here again, please understand that the work performance data, it's a raw data. It goes through the process and it will become the work performance information. Work performance information goes through the process of monitoring and controlling. Then it will become a work performance report. This process, this flow, I wanted to understand that. So is another example. The work performance data is a basic raw data. The raw observation and measurements during activity being performed. This includes the change request. It could be defects, technical performance measure. Your actual cost or actual schedule is all your data. This data, it becomes a work performance information, and the data collected various controlling process, analyzed in context and integrated based on the relationship across the areas. Then implementation status of change request, forecasted estimates to complete and deliverables. it will become a work performance report. In fact, this is the report that you are sending to your various stakeholders. Based on that, what is important that you will not be informing all your stakeholders all the information. Again, you have a plan, the communication plan, whom to inform what about the reports. In fact, as I told you that your owners or your sponsor will be interested in all the status reports, whereas your finance manager or your HR manager will be confined to their particular area. In fact, they'll be requiring. So it's like that. Each stakeholders, you need to have a plan to inform or sending the reports. In fact, is it clear now, Mr. Kerry and Mr. Alan?
Yes.
Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, that's right. See, the next process is the perform integrated change control. So you have, for example, you're integrated, you planned it, in fact, then you have performed the manage and insert. Then you have to perform the integrated change control. This process, basically your change request are approved in this process. So here is the change request, for example, is one of the change management plan, your configuration management plan, your change request, it could be a scope baseline, schedule baseline, or the cost baseline. Then your various project documents, basis of estimates, requirement traceability metrics, risk report I just explained. Change request, which comes from your stakeholders or it could be a customer or it could be a team members. So in the perform integrated change control, it's basically your change control board. Change control board. So it goes through the change control board and it gets approved. So your change request will become the approved change request. So what are the tools and technique here? In fact, use the expert judgment. Change control tools are nothing but your documents, your paperwork, your procedure, how you do that. In fact, what is the system? All those things are your change control tools. In fact, you have. Then data analysis, you look at the alternative analysis, you look at the cost benefit analysis. In fact, this is how you analyze the data. And decision making, the voting, voting is, suppose there are 10 people, you're discussing about an idea, you brainstorm it, and to make a decision, you vote at the end. Out of 10 people, let us say 7 people votes for that, it will become a majority. That means that decision can be accepted. It's like voting. Then autocratic decision is, in most of the projects, they do take autocratic decisions. That means one person decides, come what may, what I'm going to decide about that. Mr. Kerry, have you experienced it in your projects, autocratic decisions?
Autocratic? No.
Autocratic, that is one single person taking a decision.
Not yet. No, not one single person. It's usually a collaborative event.
It will be always collaborative.
Yes, because I think mostly that's because of the size of the project.
As a part of that, okay. Mr. Alan, in your experience, was it more of a participative discussions or decisions, or is autocratic decisions?
We might be a little bit of a different industry and different types of projects. It's generally been autocratic.
Okay.
It goes to one person that has the ability to authorize whatever changes we're proposing.
Okay. Okay. That's right. So it again depends upon the projects and the complexity and the environment. These are all some of the decision-making techniques. Multi-criteria decision is putting the various parameters before you take a decision. In fact, let's say you want to select a person. Okay, then you will have the various criteria for your as a team member. You want to select various criteria that he should be qualified, he should have so many years of experience, and he should be near to the project. In fact, am I right? These are all the different criteria that you have to select a person as a team member. In fact, so this is a multi-criteria decision. If a member meets all these requirements, then you select that person. In fact, it's an example of multi-criteria decision. In fact, And you make that analysis and you take a call on that. The meetings, of course, we discussed, and the change request here, the process, the input, when it's go through, it will become the approved change request. So one of the important process, in fact, in the performance integrated knowledge change control is the change request gets approved to become the approved change request. Then your project management plan gets updated, and all of the project documents updated, and your change log also gets updated. Change log, whether that particular change request which has come, whether it has been approved or it has not been approved, all that will be mentioned in your change log. So how do the people respond to change? This one important template you can just look at. Initially, when the change comes, this is a human tendency. In fact, I think Mr. Allen's daughter is studying psychology. In fact, I think he must be familiar with these things. Mr. Allen, initially, what happens? In fact, when the change comes, every human tendency is to deny it, or they will get a shocking. Am I right? You agree? In fact, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Initially, what happens? When you get that. Any change, in fact, change is nothing but from a comfort zone to non-comfort zone. Am I right? Any change, it will always have the moving from a comfort zone to non-comfort zone. That is a change, in fact. So here, if you look at it, the first initially you will have a shock, then you try to deny it, then you'll have frustration, then you'll have depression. Then what you do, the human tendency is you try to experiment, you try to look at it, in fact. Once you experiment, then you try to accept it, in fact. Then you try to integrate. That means you accept the change and you move forward with that. This is how usually the people respond to change, in fact. The time and the morale or the performances, in fact. So initially it will be very high. Then, what happens, they go to a stage of depression, then they experiment it. After experimenting, they accept it. After accepting it, they try to implement it, in fact. What are the strategy for this? In fact, you create an alignment, you maximize the communication, you spark motivation, and develop the capability, and you show the knowledge. These are the strategy to do the change management. These are all very important. First, you share the knowledge, develop capability, you spark the motivation, then maximize the communication and create the alignment, in fact. This is how the change management process which happen. As I told you, why do the people fear for change? They're not fear for the change, they are prepared. They're not prepared. That is the reason, they're scared of the change, in fact. If you prepare them to accept the change, if you tell them by sufficient knowledge what benefit you are going to get out of that, then it's going to help you. Any team member or any stakeholders, I'm sure both of you will agree with me that whenever a change is suggested, the first thing they will ask me is, what is in it for me? Am I right? What benefit I'm going to get out of that? Yep. If you are able to answer that, if you are able to convince that these are all the benefits you are going to get out of this, that means you are preparing them for change, in fact. Once you prepare for them change, it is very easy to make them accept for the change, in fact. This is the human psychology, it works. Sorry. So understanding the change cycle can help you to manage your change in your unit, in fact. This is how the process goes. And once you prepare them, once you share the values of the project, then probably they will get aligned to that. So this is another the approved change request a template. It goes to the change control board. Here is again, of course, we are going to share it. You can download it also. This is probably the picture is not great here. You may not be able to read it, but this is how the approved change. Once it goes to here, for example, the requester can now approve the change request. Then it gets approved here. Then you can implement the change. In fact, this is an example of change request. Sorry. This is the project change log. As I was telling you that whether any change request, you write the project name and the project sponsor. originator, who has originated your change request, then description of change, a brief description, date received, date required, in fact, when do they require this change, then what is the impact on scope, schedule, and spending is your cost. These are the three baselines, scope baseline, cost baseline, schedule baseline, and the cost baseline. As I told you, these three are the triple constraints. Triple constraints, just to repeat, if the schedule gets affected, it will have the impact on your cost and on your scope. Similar way, if the cost gets impacted, it will have the impact on the schedule as well as the scope. So it's called triple constraints. Then you will also mention whether this change has been approved or not, in fact. So this is the project change log. What is important from the examination perspective, they may ask you that change log is only the approved changes are mentioned. The answer, that's not the answer you should select. Both approved or not approved, all those things are registered with the change log. Whether it's approved or not, it will be mentioned in that. So this is another change log example. When you see it, what the feature, what time, in fact, added another. These are all the requests, in fact, which has come. Change log inquiry, and this goes to the change control board, and whether it's get approved or rejected, will be mentioned on that. Do you maintain, Ms. Kerry, any change logs in your projects?
Yes.
You do mention it. Okay, great. In fact, that's right. And how often a change request comes from your customer?
Depending on the customer, sometimes they're monthly, sometimes they're weekly, depending.
Weekly? Oh, is it? So many. Basically, the change request comes in what area? Is it quality improvement, or is the schedule, or the scope?
Scope most of the time.
Most of the scope. That means they want some improved product or something like that?
Yeah, either something they had in another person's scope and they're not putting in our scope, or something they were supposed to do, but they can't get it done, so they put it in our scope.
Oh, okay. And how often you accept or reject these requirements?
That's a good question. Being on the contractor side, you try to please your customer most of the time without harming yourself. So usually we kind of roll that up to see, from like the VPs and COOs to see like, okay, we have this problem with the customer. Do we do it in order to get another project? Sometimes we'll do favors in order to get the next project. Until it becomes like where it becomes like hazardous to the project. Then we try not to accept it, or we try to be clear, like if we do accept something, it's going to impact schedule and cost. So that's usually what the client doesn't want to hear, if it's going to increase cost, right?
Okay, that's right. Okay. And when your customer also get involved, for example, in cost sharing, or do they accept those things, or does it happen?
I'm sorry?
With the customer, when you say, for example, if the cost implication, if they say that, okay, we don't mind bearing the additional cost, you accept those things?
Yeah, depending on, especially if it's an important client to us, where, a good percentage of their business supports us, usually we'll go ahead and, if it's something small enough, we'll go ahead and take that cost on ourselves, or we'll just put 10% on it and then charge them.
Oh, okay. I see. Mr. Alan, you would have... Okay. That's right. Yeah. Mr. Alan, you would have experienced this type of request many times from your customers?
Yes. Sometimes it's due to code issues. Sometimes it's due to just a redesign. Someone changed their mind on how they wanted something to look. And sometimes it's driven by a plan change where unforeseen conditions arrive or pop up, and you have to accommodate those unforeseen conditions, and that would result in a lot of times change orders for additional work, or potentially even taking work away.
Okay. That's great. Okay, that's fine. So now I think we are familiar about this change request and the change log. Am I right? Both of you are. I'm very, very happy about it because you have experienced it, and there will be many questions from the examination perspective. That's one of the reason I thought I asked you about it. So since you are very familiar, it will be easy for you to answer those questions. In fact, okay, great. That's nice. Thank you very much for your active participation in this. Very nice. Great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
That's right. So the final process in the integration management is the close project phase or the phase, in fact. The close phase comes, when you terminate. For example, when you're each project will have different phases. At the end of every phase, you review whether you want to continue the project or not. In fact, so either you terminate the project or you will complete the project and you close it. In fact, so it's both. It is applicable both for termination of the project and completing the project. So what are the inputs here we are talking about here is the project charter, the project management plan, which I'll have all the subsidiary plans. Then all components of that is nothing but the various big list which I shared with you, all the knowledge areas, plans. You'll have a change management plan, you will have a cost-based line, scope-based line, schedule-based line. All those things will be there. And project documents, your assumption log, your basis of estimates, change log, and issue log. These are all some of the assumptions, that documents will have, your lessons learned register, your milestone, project communication, your quality control. All these important reports like quality reports, your requirement documentation, all these things. Then your accepted deliverables. Because before the customer accepts, then it has to go through your validate scope, then it will become the accepted deliverable, which I will explain to you in the scope knowledge area. Then various business documents, your business case, your benefits management plan, your various agreements. All these things. Why is such a big list of inputs is because you are at the end of, you are in the process of closing the project. Am I right? So these are all the various inputs. These are all the various documents, all important documents. You go through, you analyze it before you close the project. So what are the tools and techniques here? We're talking about the expert judgment. As I told you that, these are they are the expert subject matter experts in a particular domain that, you take their help, then you analyze the various documents, you analyze it, in fact, then the regression analysis, you put through that regression analysis, then the trend analysis, how the project is going through that, the various analysis, the difference between your actuals and the performance, what has been planned, you do the analysis, then the meetings you conduct, then your project documents gets updated, then you have a final product or a service, in fact. That is, as per the customer's requirement, you get the final product and you make a final report to submit to your sponsors, to your various stakeholders. You will make a final report of the project, how successful it was, is it as per the schedule it happened, as per the cost it has happened, are we able to meet the quality requirement, all those things, and the various challenges you face in the project, you make a final report of the project, then your organization process gets updated, in fact. So this is the another close project phase, or this is applicable even for termination of the projects also, in fact. If the project is terminated, then again in the final report, you mention that why the project failed. What are the reasons for that? Has it failed because of overestimation? Is it failed because of the schedule problems, or the finance was not available, or the technology has become obsolete? The various reasons you will make a final report, in fact. So this is an important thing, deliverables versus accepted deliverables. So all deliverables goes through the verified deliverables and it will become the accepted deliverables, which is the input for the closed project, in fact. Okay. So the deliverables will be direct and managed project execution. It goes through the control quality for verification, then validate scope, then acceptance, then the close project. In fact, this is how the deliverables versus accepted deliverables it goes through. What's important to remember is these deliverables, it goes through this process of verified deliverables. It goes through the control quality, it will become the verified deliverables, which is an input during the process of validate scope. It will, after that, it will become accepted deliverables, which is an input for the closed project or the thing. In fact, just try to remember this flow. That's important. In fact. So the closed project or phase, what are the outputs? The final report. We'll quickly go through what all your report contains. Final report provides a summary of the project performance. It includes the summary level description of the project or the phase, whether the project is completed or the phase, if it's what phase it has reached. Then scope objectives, the criteria used to evaluate the scope and evidence and the completion criteria were met. Then quality objectives like the criteria used to evaluate the project and product quality, the verification and the actual milestone delivery dates. These are all the part of your final report. So you'll have the scope objectives, you'll have the quality objectives, then you will have the cost objectives, whether it is accepted cost range, actual cost, and reasons for any variance. In fact, similarly, quality objectives, is there any deviation from that? Scope objectives, whether the complete criteria has been met, you will make a part of the report. Then summary of the validation information, the final product, service, or result. Then schedule objectives, including whether the result achieved the benefits that the project was undertaken. This is also important. Suppose you planned 10 months for the schedule, you are able to do it in 8 months. So excellent. In fact, suppose you are not able to do that, if it is delayed, what are the reasons for that? You mentioned in the report. And if the benefits are not met at the close of the project, indicate the degree to which they were achieved and estimate for the future benefits realization. Suppose you wanted to achieve a certain percentage of profit. If you're not able to achieve that percentage of profit, in fact, then to what degree you achieved it and what are the subsequent plans to achieve that. In fact, probably you can mention that. Then summary of how the final product, service, or result achieved the business needs identified in the business, whether it is meeting the requirement as mentioned in the business objective. Then if this business needs not be met at the close of the project, indicate the degree to which they were achieved, and the similar way which I explained. Then summary of any risk or issues encountered in the project and how they were addressed. In fact, every project will have some risk, and how did you overcome that risk? The risk of, let's say, human resources, they were not available, then how did you manage? Internally, they were not available, then I outsourced the resources and completed the project. Similarly, a particular equipment was not available within the organization, I outsourced it, in fact, and I got the work done. So all those things, some of the risk raised and issue countered and how you executed or how you address those. These are all the part of your closed project or phase outputs. In fact, this is the final report that you make. So here are some of the questions. Let's try to understand. It's a quiz. After every knowledge area, we will have some questions, Mr. Allen and Mr. Kerry, so that we'll try to understand whether you are able to get a grasp of the knowledge that we covered, and you'll also have the answers. And this is a typical PMP examination. You can think like that. Here is a question. There will be 4 answers for that. There will be 4 choices will be there, and you need to select the right answer. In fact, okay. We'll go through. Are you ready, Ms. Carey and Mr. Allen?
Yep.
Yes. Okay, great. So here is a question. You are planning a communications on a new service development project. Your stakeholder list is large, but not terribly complicated. Not all stakeholders will understand the need for developing an actual communication plan, and you already have good relationship with most stakeholders in the project. What is one of the major driving forces for communication on a project? Is it optimization? Is it integrity? Is it integration? Or is it differentiation? What is the right answer for that?
I'll say C, integration, but I could be wrong.
Integration. Okay. What is the one major driving force for communication of a project, in fact?
To me, it would be B, integrity.
Integrity and okay. Integration. It cannot be optimization and it cannot be differentiation also, if I'm right, you know. One of the main reason why you want to communicate with the various stakeholders, we'll look at it, you know, you are selecting integrity and you're looking, suggesting integration. We look at it, which is the right answer for that. And then I will also explain why that particular answer is right. Okay. The next question is, the customer has accepted the completed project scope. However, the lessons learned required by the project management office have not been completed. What is the status of the project? The project is incomplete because it needs to be replanned. The project is incomplete until all project and project deliverables are complete and accepted. The project is completed because the customer has accepted the deliverables. The project is complete because it has reached its due state. So what is the question here? The customer has accepted the completed project scope. However, the lessons learned required by the project management have not been completed. So what is the status of this project? The project is incomplete because it needs to be replanned. That may not be the right answer. The project is incomplete until all project and product deliverables are complete and accepted. The project is completed because the customer has accepted the deliverables. The project is complete because it has reached its due state. What do you think is the right answer, Mr. Alan and Kerry?
I say B.
B, the project is incomplete until all the project and project deliverables are complete and accepted, in fact.
I agree.
Yeah, you agree. Okay, so let's see. But okay, which is the right answer? We'll go through that so that we'll understand. The project manager is an integrator. In fact, you know, this is the right answer. In fact, this is the question about your role as an integrate management. Here, you know, the integrity may not be the issue here. The basically, you know, why you want to communicate, it's basically integrating the various stakeholders, take everybody into confidence. In fact, that's the reason. Right. It cannot be differentiation or it cannot be optimization. These two, please remember that every question, out of the 4 answers, 2 will be very close to each other. They try to confuse you, in fact. And 2 will be, you can straight away reject. When you are trying to answer a question, you just look at it and 2 will be, have no you know, meaning, or sometimes, you know, it is absolutely no rational in that. But 2 will be very close to each other where you need to spend some time. So here the question, the probably confusion can have integrity and integration, but integration is the right answer because in any project, communication is basically you involve all the stakeholders and you try to integrate. You get the opinion from everybody. That's what you do that. In fact. Yep, here, yeah, it makes sense. So here the question is, for example, the project is incomplete. It needs to be replanned. No, that's not. You can straight away reject it. The project is complete because the customer has accepted the deliverables. That is not the right answer. In fact, the project is complete because it has reached its due date. No. This is the right answer. The project is incomplete. I think both of you answered it correctly until all project and project deliverables are complete and accepted, in fact. So project manager office have not been completed. So what is the status? It is the project is incomplete until all project product deliverables. This is the rationale. This is the reason why you should select this, in fact. Correct, you know, hope both of you will agree with that. That's the right answer. In fact, both of you answered it correctly. Congratulations. In fact, it's good. That's nice. So here is the explanation. Replanning is uncalled for the situation described. Reaching the planned completion dates does not mean the project is necessarily finished. A project is complete when all work, including the project management work, is complete and the product of the project and all project deliveries are accepted. The lessons learned are a project management deliverables and therefore must be completed for the project to be complete. So B is the right answer for that, and that is the reason for us, right? So few more questions. Your well-planned project is likely to encounter a number of change requests and approved changes. During its life cycle, in the change management plan, you have outlined the processes that you and others will use to understand the impacts of changes. Getting stakeholder acceptance of the decision related to change on this project is critical, as a failed project could impact shareholder value and earning projections for the organization. Your attention is best focused on which of the following regarding the changes on your project. Is it making changes? Is it tracking and recording changes, informing the sponsor of changes, or preventing unnecessary changes? What should be your attention in? It's a bit tricky question, but if you read it once, probably you can understand that. You have outlined the processes that you and others will use to understand the impact of changes. Getting stakeholder acceptance of the decision related to change on this project is critical, as a failed project could impact shareholder value and the earning projections of the organization. Your attention is the best focused on which of the following regarding the changes on your project. What do you think is the right answer? Scary, Mr. Allen? Yeah.
I'm reading it and thinking about it.
Yeah. Take a minute, no problem. It's a bit long question, so.
I think B sticks out in my mind.
Tracking and recording changes. Are you sure? What could be the rationale for that?
Is that your final answer?
Ms. Carey, how do you think?
Or C?
Okay. This is a bit.
I'm still thinking B on that one.
Okay. That probably. What is, for example, for the project manager? What is primary motto? In fact, here the case. If you study here, you have outlined the process that you and others will use to understand the impact of changes. Getting stakeholders' acceptance of the decision related to change of the project is critical, as a failed project could impact shareholders' value and earning projections of the organization. So this is the impact of that. So I think, making changes, no, it doesn't make. What is the most, your attention is best focused, which of the following regarding change request? I think his attention should be focused on preventing the unnecessary changes. Am I right? If he prevents these unnecessary changes, then probably the project will go smoothly. In fact, he's likely to enter number of change requests and approve changes. That means your customer is keep on asking for changes. Am I right? Which is having a lot of impact on the project. In fact, so if we focus on preventing the unnecessary changes, then that project can go smoothly. In fact, let's look at the answer. I think this is the seems to be a best answer for that. Let's look at it in fact. The customer on a project tells the project manager they have run out of money to pay them for the project. What should the project manager do first? Shift more of the work to later in the schedule to allow time for the customer to get the funds. Close project or phase, stop work, release part of the project team. In fact, what he should do? He's run out of the money to pay for the project. What the project manager should do first, in fact. The customer on a project tells the project manager. So he is the external customer. He's the customer. He tells your project manager that they have run out of the money to pay for the project. So what do you do in that situation? There are 4 reasons. Stop work, release part of the project team, shift more of the work to later schedule, and the funds. What should he do? It's coming straight from your customer that he does not have money to pay for the project. I think it's a simple, straight answer.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to say C, but A can be done. You know, you start work, if you shift the work to be at a later schedule, but I guess that would have to come from the customer to shift it or not. They basically just told you they don't have the money, so I would say C.
C for stop work. Why do you think B is not the right answer? Because the customer is telling that I don't have money to pay for your project. So which is the best thing he should do? Don't you think that he should close the project or phase? Stop working will not, it is a temporary thing. Stop working, but means there is you are going to continue the work after some time. But
if it's temporary,
yeah, it's a temporary stopping working. But the customer is telling I don't have money to pay. So what the project manager can do?
Yeah, B.
He has to close the project, right, or the phase, because he's telling I have no money. What do you do as a project manager? You have to just close the project, right? I think that should be the right answer. Look at that in the following slide. All of the following are parts of an effective change management plan, except procedures, standards for reports, meetings, lessons learned. All of the are parts of an effective change management plan, except procedure, standards for reports, meeting, and lessons learned. What is the effective change management plan? Except procedures definitely is a part of your change management plan. Your standards and reports could be your change management plan. Meeting, lessons learned. So out of these four, one is not, in fact. Bit tricky question, am I right?
Yeah. I'll say D.
The lessons learned?
Yeah.
It's not an effective change management plan. Okay, let's look at it. So this how the PMP questions will be there. Okay, let's try to understand. You're right. In fact, lessons learned, you answered it correctly. That's great. That's nice. Now, for the first question, it is D. As a project manager should be proactive. The only proactive answer is preventing the unnecessary changes. As I explained, that his primary concern is how to prevent the unnecessary change, because too many change requests are coming from the customer, in fact. So that's going to affect our project. So the best thing is his primary focus should to prevent the unnecessary changes, in fact. And for the second question, it is every project must be closed, as a closure provides the benefits to the performing organization. Stopping work is not the best choice. Shifting work and releasing team members is only postpone dealing. And the best thing for the project manager is to begin the closed project. So this is the right answer for that. Because stopping work is a temporary thing. Releasing part of the project team also will not solve the problem. Shift more work to the later. What is the guarantee that customer is going to pay again money, in fact, because he's already told you that he has raised his hands that I have no money to pay. So the best answer here is the closed project or phase. That is the reason for that, for the best answer.
Right, because he didn't indicate that was a temporary situation.
Yeah, absolutely right. Okay, if he says that, okay, after 3 months or 4 months, I'll get the money, you can resume. He's not telling that. He said that I have run out of money. I don't have money, in fact. So what the project manager has to do immediately, he has to close the project or the phase, in fact. And these three are all the procedures, your standards for reports, your meeting is all in the effective change management plan, actually, because your procedures, you will use the standards for reports. You conduct the meetings, in fact, for the change management. You try to motivate people. You prepare for the team members for the changes. So all these things are the effective, except the lessons learned is basically the past projects information, am I right? The lessons learned. That cannot be the change management plans. Correct. Okay, so that completes the integration management. Any questions on this knowledge area, Mr. Allen and Mr. Kerry? Any questions? I hope it's clear. Fact.
Just one on that that last question.
Yeah.
It's having a hard time. Those will be like typical questions on the PMP test. That one that says the one that's quite lengthy. I definitely would have missed that one.
Sorry, come back to me on that. I didn't get that.
On the number 4,
yeah.
I guess part A. Is that a typical question that'll be on the test? Because I definitely would have missed that one.
Yeah. Okay.
And what I'm seeing here is you need to take the question verbiage basically at face value and don't overthink it.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely right. You should not overthink it. Absolutely right.
Okay. Yeah.
For the first one, preventing unnecessary changes. I mean, I saw that, I read it, and I knew that to be true.
Right.
But I was more like, of course you would do that.
Yeah.
But and I tried to overthink it and think of the mechanics of it.
Correct. Absolutely right. When you overthink, suddenly you get a sort of doubt. In fact, am I right in your mind? Whether that is the right answer or wrong. In fact, absolutely right. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's very important. You take the face value of it and you try to analyze. The first technique should be that rule out the 2 possible unrelated answers they would have given, in fact. So making changes will not help, tracking and recording. In fact, for example, informing the sponsor of changes also may not be the right one, in fact. So the preventing unnecessary changes is the right answer here. And this is, of course, a little straightforward because the customer is telling on a project. It's very clear. So this should be the right answer. But
it's very clear.
Yeah, there it's very clear, of course. And here but PMP examination, Mr. Alan, they try to confuse you, in fact. If it is all straightforward answers, everybody would have passed the examination, am I right? It's quite tough, actually. Sometimes, the 2 answers are so close to each other, you need to spend time and you try to understand that and to answer that. That's very important. That's right. So that's the tricky part of answering these questions. And by doing the lot of mock test, in fact, by practicing those things, you will get familiarized with these answers. In fact, I'm sure you'll be able to do that. But I'm happy that, both of you are getting a hang on that. That's very important, actually. That's good. Okay. So the first knowledge area we completed now. If you don't have any questions, we'll go to the next knowledge area scope. In fact, is it fine?
Yeah.
Okay, great. That's good. I think we are doing well. I think now it's almost 4 hours. We started. Do you feel it's very heavy, or is it light, or how are you feeling that?
It's good.
Pretty good right now so far.
So far, it's good. In fact, okay, that's right. Yeah. Basically, we are trying to understand the concepts, the processes. I'm sure I think you got a hang on ITTO, the inputs, the tools and techniques, and the outputs. And some of the outputs of one process will become the inputs for the next process. I think you are getting those things clearly, am I right? That's important. That's right. And so far, another important thing is the work performance data will become the information when you analyze it. That information will, once it goes through the monitoring and control process, it will become the information reports, in fact, to send it to the various stakeholders. In fact, these are all some of the things you need to remember. So the next knowledge area is the scope management. As I explained, in the scope management, if you look at it here, there are 6 processes are there. The second digit of the 10-digit number, you call it as a mobile number, a digit, whatever it is. But I request you to memorize that 7664, 363, and 734. At least if you remember that, you know that 6 means scope. The scope will have 6 processes, in fact. So it's easy to remember. What are the 6 processes? You plan scope, you collect requirements, you define scope, you create WBS. We'll try to understand in detail all these things. Then you validate scope and control scope. In fact, these are all the 6 processes that we have in the scope management area. So in the scope management, are you familiar with agile concepts, both of you, Ms. Carey and Mr. Agile, agile environment in your projects?
Not really.
Not
No.
no, in fact, okay. Basically, this agile concept, just to give a little brief about that, this was actually what used to be used in the software industry earlier, in fact. Usually the software industry, in fact, when you are developing a new software, when your scope is not clear, each time, you are getting into the new areas, in fact, to develop a new software, then what is to happen is you used to have an iterative, that you work on something, you discuss with your team members, you get the feedback from your customer, and you start working on that. That is the agile. It's a more of an iterative process when the scope is not clear. Now, in the present, most of the project environment, particularly the high complex projects, where again the scope is not clear, in fact, let's say for a home project, your scope is very clear, 2-bedroom house or a 3-bedroom house, your scope is very clear, you can use a predictive life cycle, in fact. Whereas in agile environment, the scope is not clear, in fact. So even if it is clear, it is not complete, in fact. So you work on something, you develop, let's say, prototype. You heard about prototype, am I right? Prototype you develop, you show it to the customer, and you get the feedback, and you work further on that. It is like, agile or adaptive environment. So in projects with evolving requirements, high risk or insignificant uncertainty, the scope is often not understood at the beginning of the project, and it evolves during the project. Let's say you're doing an underwater project, sea project, for example. You really do not know what is the depth of the sand or all those things, right? Your scope is not very clear, in fact. So probably you try to use the agile principles there, adaptive principles there. So agile methods deliberately spend less time trying to define and agree on the scope in the earliest stage of the project, and spend more time establishing the process for its ongoing discovery and refinement, in fact. That means as you take every step, you get a feedback and try to work on that. So many environments with emerging requirements find that there is often a gap between a real business requirement and the business requirements that were originally stated, in fact. That means there is why so many changes happens is because, in fact, there's a gap between the requirement and the actual thing. Therefore, agile methods purposefully build and review prototypes, which I'm just giving an example, and release versions in order to refine the requirement. Even sometimes the home projects in the construction, Mr. Alan, Ms. Carey, you're familiar, they will make a model house, am I right? In most of the houses, they will make a model house. They will take you to that house and get your requirement, or you want to make any changes from that model house. Am I right? You are familiar with that concept? When you're selecting a home, in fact, most of the builders, they have a model house, and they will show it to you, and whether that meets your requirement or you want to make any suggestions, they get your feedback, and they make a house for you, in fact. I'm sure you are familiar with that concept, am I right?
Yep.
Model houses, in fact. That's also called prototypes. That means you don't fully develop it, you partially develop it, show it to them, get the requirement, and you complete it, in fact. That's the approach. As the result, scope is defined and redefined throughout the project. In agile approaches, the requirement constitute the backlog. Backlog is nothing but even requirements, in fact, of the customer. So the first and foremost is the collect requirements. These are the 6 processes here in the scope management. First, you collect the requirements from your customer or from your stakeholders. That's what you do for any project. Let's say, again, I want to give the example of a home project. Home project, the stakeholders of, let's say, the parents and the children are there. Parents, they'll give you the requirement for the home product that home project that I need a 3-bedroom house, I need a kitchen, and the kitchen should have this thing, all those details. The parents may give you that, the children may require that I want a study room, in fact, and in the study room, I want a table. So you collect the various requirements for the projects from your stakeholders. That is called collecting the requirements for the project. Once you collect the requirements, then you define the scope. That is the next process you do. You define the scope. After defining the scope, you create a WBS. WBS is the work breakdown structure. That means this scope, you are putting into the various work packages. In fact, let's say, your defined scope is, let's say, 3-bedroom house is your scope. In fact, so you are clearly defining the house should have 3-bedroom house, 2 balconies, and so many bulbs, so many lights, so many kitchen. All those things are clearly defined in the scope. Then you created WBS. WBS means work breakdown structure. That means you will have each room will have how many lights, what is the color, all those things, what tiles you should contain. Furniture means, how many tables you require, how many doors you require, all those things, you created WBS, work breakdown structure. In fact, you are creating this. After creating this, you verify the scope, whether this is meeting your requirement. Then you control the scope. In fact, if some changes are happening, if it is going out of schedule, or if it is going out of cost, all those things, you try to control it. And this is how the scope knowledge area. So let's try to understand. First, you are collecting the requirement from your customer. After collecting the requirement, you are defining it as a scope. Once you define the scope, you are breaking down into small work packages. And all these work packages, whether you verify this, according to the scope requirement, and if there are any changes, you control the scope. In fact, and this is the scope management area. You got a hang on this scope, Mr. Allen and Mr. Kerry?
Yes.
Okay. This is how any project, you will go through the process. So now let's go through one by one. Let's try to understand this, each of these things. Okay. Before that, there is some difference between a product scope and a project scope. In fact, project scope deals with the managing both the product scope and the project scope. In fact, project scope management, it deals both managing both product and scope. Can I ask you that what is the product scope? In fact, what comes to your mind when you want to define a product scope? Ms. Kerry and
I'll say product scope is product scope is what it is, how it's going to work, and what's going to be the application.
Okay. Okay. And project scope?
Project scope to me is what the project is, where it's going to be, what's going to be all included in that project. So it's multiple things, not one particular thing.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Allen, can you give some examples from your perspective?
Yeah, my thoughts are product scope would be basically the selections for the project. It would be like in your example of building a new house, you would select certain trim level, certain colors, exterior finishes, those kinds of things. And then that would be part of the project scope.
Okay.
That's my take on it.
Your take on that. Okay. Let me try to explain. Product scope is that, let's say, in fact, pen, you take a writing instrument, pen. What is the product scope of the pen? Pen has to write, am I right? Correct? That is the product scope. Product scope of a pen has to write. What is the aircraft product scope? It has to fly, am I right? You agree in that? That is the product scope. That is the functional requirement of the product. Is basically the pen has to write, an aircraft has to fly, a car has to move, am I right? That is the product functional requirement of a car is what? It has to move. A ship has, what is the functional requirement of a product ship? It has to sail, am I right, on the water, correct? So the product scope is the functional requirement of each of the product. That is the product scope. What is meant to be done, it has to do. That is the product scope. Now, the project scope is what all work you need to do to make the pen to write, or to ship to sail, or an aircraft to fly, it's a project scope. You understand the broad level of that project scope. What all requirement, what all activity you do, the various projects you undertake, that will become the project scope for to do that activity. Whereas your product scope is your functional requirement of a particular product. What is supposed to do, that is the product scope. The pen has to write, your, for example, your aircraft, again, I'm repeating, that has to fly. That is the product scope of an aircraft. A car, a mobile, it has to move, in fact. Am I right? You know, that is the product scope. Hope you understood this. In fact, this the right example. You got some idea?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's say the product scope is, it refers to the features and the functions that characterizes a product, service, or a result. For example, in banking sector, you were servicing like savings accounts and mutual funds are all called products. Am I right? You know, these are all the products. Again, the example which I gave you, in fact, your toothbrush has to, what is the function of a toothbrush? It has to brush your teeth, in fact. Now, to develop a toothbrush, what all activity you do, it will become a project scope. It refers to the work performed to deliver a product, service, or a result with a specified features and functions. To deliver a product requirement, design documents have to be produced. You know, this is the product scope, in fact. I hope you got it clear in product scope and the project scope. So to do any product, you will have several projects, in fact, under that. The product scope is ultimately, it characterizes a product as a service or a result, in fact. That is the difference between a product scope and a project scope. So the project scope management, it covers both product scope and project scope. This is what you need to remember. So plan scope management is a process of creating a scope management plan that documents how the project and the product scope will be defined, validated, and controlled. These are the three important things you do in the project and scope, in fact. How the project is defined, validated, and controlled. The key benefit of this process is that it provides a guidance and direction how the scope will be managed throughout the project, in fact. This process is performed once or predefined points. So what are the key inputs here in the plan scope management? You'll have a project charter, which I have explained to you very clearly. The project charter is authorized by the project sponsor. Number one. Number two, it gives the permission or authority for the project manager to get the required resources. The project charter will have a business case. It will have the broad level of assumptions and constraints. It will have a broad scope. It will have the broad cost requirement. It will also have the number of people required for the project. These are all some of the key elements of the project charter. Most important to remember is the project charter is one which authorizes the project manager to go ahead of the project. Now, some of the other inputs here, the project management plan. You will have the quality management plan. You will have project life cycle description, whether it's a predictive life cycle or the adaptive life cycle. Then the development approach, how we are going ahead with the project. In fact, you know, you are keeping those life cycle into consideration. Then enterprise environmental factors and your organization process assets are the other inputs. Here, what are the tools and techniques? Expert judgment, which is one of the common tools and technique that you always use it. The data analysis, you look at the alternative analysis, in fact, whether alternative analysis could be, in fact, whether we can outsource it, whether the number of people you have internal or external, all those things, you know, you look at. Sometimes you may have to use a make or buy decision, whether internally you make it or externally you outsource it, the meetings, and you get output of a scope management plan. This is the important output you get from the scope of the plan scope management. You get a scope management plan and also the requirement management plan, various requirements of resources, your physical resources, your human resources, in fact, your materials requirement, all those requirement management plan you get as an output, in fact. Because of these inputs, in fact, you have your project charter, project management plan, when it goes through the tools and technique, you get an important output of a scope management plan. Scope management plan, it will contain the clear boundaries in front. What is involved in the project, what is outside the project, all those things are clear guidelines you get from the scope management plan. So this is one, hope you'll be able to, this is one template for the scope management plan. It will contain, for example, the information technology upgrade project. This is the project for that. You will have an introduction. The purpose of this document is to provide suggestions and guidance for preparing several important scope management documents related to the project. This is the introduction. Then preparing a scope management, then creating the work breakdown structure, verifying the completion of project deliverables, managing requests and change project scope. This is one template for the scope management plan. Ms. Kerry, are you familiar with this type of template? Have you used any time in your projects?
Yes.
You have used it, great input. Okay.
Yes.
How did you you got the template and you customize it according to your requirement, or how did you develop this?
So I would take the customers, their proposal,
Okay.
their
Okay.
the information that they submit on the proposal, and I'll take that information and kind of use a template from previous projects
Okay, great.
and develop
Very
and then send it through like a squad chat for everybody to kind of get their input on it and then form it up from there.
Oh, excellent. Okay, that's good. Do you think it's very useful document, scope management plan? You feel?
Oh yeah, because when when you get to a point to where everybody's disagreeing, you can always have a document to go back to that everybody signed off on.
Correct. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. Another important thing is you're creating the WBS here. In fact, work breakdown structure, which is the part of the scope management plan. But that means you're clearly all work packages. In fact, here is clearly mentioned. Each of those things. I think it's a very, very important scope. The document. Mr. Alan, you're also familiar with the scope management plan for the project?
No, generally, in a restoration situation, you get your scope is handed to you because it was created in a program called Xactimate, and that's what insurance companies and adjusters, everyone uses this program to create the scope. And then basically, once everybody agrees that all of the elements of the repair or the restoration are in the scope, they hand it off to the project manager. So the project director, most of the time, does the scope. And in some companies, the project manager would write it, basically agree with on the scope, and run the project as well.
Okay.
So,
that's right.
I can see definite advantages to something like this.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, correct. Absolutely right. Now, it's a very, very important because it's also part of your triple constraint. The scope management, unless it is very clearly defined, and unless you have the buying of your customers. In fact, once it's very clear, then you can avoid many change requests. In fact, you are familiar with the scope creep, am I right? You are familiar with the scope creep, that terminology? Yes. Yeah, you must be. I think, Ms. Kerry, you must be also familiar with the scope creep, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that means, too many requests are coming from your customer. All those things can be, avoided when you have a scope management plan very clear. In fact, that's right.
I can see this where you would just in new construction where you would basically just get a set of prints and you create your own scope from the prints.
Correct.
And that's where this would really come into play. I can definitely see it now.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely right. That's why these concepts, for example, if they try to put it in your own projects, it will make a lot of sense. Am I right? Many of these things, we would have done it, but without knowing the importance of it. Sometimes, am I right?
Right.
That's also that's absolutely right. We would have handled all these situations, but probably we are not aware of certain terminologies or jargons or the usefulness of those things, would have been missing in fact. And that is the beauty of this project management certification. It will really grind you. In fact, it will really help you to put the process in place. These are all some of the processes. If you put it in place, proper place, it is easy to achieve the project objectives, in fact. Otherwise, we will be missing it, and we'll travel for some distance, then we look back, then it would have been too late for you to correct those things, in fact. Am I right? All those pitfalls you can avoid when these are all the best practices in the project environment. Correct? I agree. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I think it's almost 11. It's about 1 o'clock for you guys there. 1, am I right?
1:30.
2:30.
2:30 also. Okay. 2:30. Oh, okay. 9. Yeah, it's 2:30. That's right. Sorry. You want to take a break now for about 20 minutes? You want to have your lunch and come back?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll take, because it's almost 2 hours we have been speaking. Then probably we'll take a break about 20. How much? About 25 minutes will do for you, or 20 minutes? How long you want to take?
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm game for whatever.
Yeah, it will take about 20 minutes time, 20 minutes break, 20,
Okay.
and we'll come back in fact. Okay, that's fine. That's right.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So any questions so far? Any clarifications? You find everything is fine, or any doubts?
Oh, I think it's great.
Okay, great. Ms. Curry is fine? That's right.
Yes, everything's good.
Okay, good. That's right. So we were just going through that sample of scope management plan. You can customize it according to your requirement. You can download the template, but it's one of the important, you can use it as a template, in fact, for developing the scope. Okay, let's move forward. Yeah. So the next one is the collect requirement. This is the most important for the product success. The reason why I'm telling you that, unless you collect the requirements from your customers very clearly, in fact, all the details, then it can lead to so many other complications, because every time, they keep adding those requirements. So you need to be very, very familiar. You need to be very clear about the requirements of your customer. So what are the inputs here? We're talking about the project charter, project management plan. The scope management plan, it is the output of the plan scope management plan. Scope management plan, which you get an output. Then the various requirements of the the plan you require. Then this stakeholders engagement plan. We'll discuss in detail with the stakeholders knowledge area. Stakeholders engagement plan is each stakeholders, their expectation, their needs are different, am I right? So you need to engage them with them, the right requirement, what they want. So this all is part of this stakeholders engagement plan. Then the various project documents you have is the assumption log, your lessons learned register, your stakeholders. Oh, there is some sound coming from one of your.
I think it's feedback from the telephone.
Oh, feedback from the telephone. Yeah. Can you just? Is it possible to control the side? Okay. The project documents, you have the assumption log, you have lessons learned register, and the stakeholders register. Stakeholders register will contain the list of all the stakeholders of the project. There could be your internal stakeholders, your external stakeholders, your customers. In fact, all of them, you need to have a complete list of the stakeholders. Then the business documents like business case, which I explained very clearly. What is the purpose of this project? What benefits is going to give to the organization? Is it aligning with the strategic objective of the organization? All those things will be the part of the business case. Then you have the various agreements with with your vendors, with your suppliers. In fact, these are all the various agreements. Then enterprise environmental factors, you have the external factors, you have enterprises factor, then your organization process assets. Oh, there's
Hello, so I can barely hear you.
there is a lot of disturbance there. I don't know what's the reason. There's a lot of disturbance. Can you hear me now? Is it Paul?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Is it? There was some external disturbances happening. I'm not able to. It's okay. The business documents, which I explained you very clearly. Then enterprises environmental factors, the internal factors, the external factors, and your various organization process assets. These are all some of the important inputs. Now, what are the tools and techniques in collecting the requirements? Collecting the requirement is nothing but gathering the required information from your stakeholders, from your customers. So what are the tools and technique we follow? One is the expert judgment, the subject matter experts. There are some data gathering techniques. Brainstorming, which I explained you very clearly. Interviews is one-to-one interview, in fact, with the customers or even stakeholders, and you talk to them, you meet them. Focus groups or your subject matter experts, you put them in a room and you start collecting the information from them or from various other things. Questionnaires and surveys also, in fact. Questionnaire is your written document. You ask the particular type of information you require. You make a questionnaire and you give it to them. They will fill it up and give you. That is a questionnaire. The surveys is nothing but the opinions, in fact, or from the different stakeholders. The survey is another technique of collecting. Benchmarking. This is another important the tool and technique. Benchmarking to one of the best process or one of the best requirement within the organization or with the industry standard, in fact. So you are collecting the information, in fact, you are benchmarking also that, you try to do to the best of the quality, in fact, in the industry, in fact, or within your organization, the best process, the best technique, you try to do that. Then the data analysis, various data that you generate, in fact, it could be document analysis, you do that. Decision making, which I explained you, voting could be one of the technique. Then multi-criteria decisions, multi-criteria, multiple thinking, like I gave an example of selecting a resources, in fact, what are the criteria you have, whether the formal education, number of years experience, his location. So these are all the various things you look at it. Another multi-criteria decision, I can give an example. When you are selecting a vendor or a supplier, for example, then how do you select them? In fact, what are the criteria you have? Do they have the market reputation? Do they have the long lasting in the market? Do they have the sufficient skilled people, in fact, to provide you the service? These are all some of the multi-criteria decision analysis you undertake. Then, how do you represent the data, in fact? The affinity diagram. Are you familiar with affinity diagram, Ms. Kerry and Mr. Affinity diagrams? This is one of the tools and technique. Have you done any time affinity diagrams?
A little bit. There's a.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
I never have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you never had it. Okay. Ms. Kerry, are you familiar? Affinity diagrams. Okay.
This diagram is, yes, a little bit. Some of this looks a little familiar.
Okay. Just to repeat, for example, brainstorming, I'll just repeat for you, is a primary source of generate and collecting the multiple ideas from your stakeholders, in fact. Okay, that is one thing. The nominal group is another technique that, to collect. Nominal group is nothing but you do the brainstorming clubbed with the prioritization of and voting process. That is the decision making nominal group, in fact. You collect the brainstorm and you vote, whichever has got the maximum number of votes, you collect that idea or collect that information. Then the affinity diagram is the number of ideas are classified into categories for further reviews and analysis. For example, you in a home project, you collect the requirement for all the master bedrooms ideas, all your drawing room ideas, all the kitchen ideas, you collect it and you segregate it according to the things. All the kitchen ideas you put together, all the master bedroom ideas you put together, and all the other drawing room you put together, all the balconies ideas you put together, and you analyze separately to get for further review and analysis, in fact. So in the kitchen, what all you require, you want to do. In the master bedroom, you further investigate what all you need to do. So that's how, you review it and generate more ideas from that. That is the affinity diagrams. Mind mapping is basically is an individual brainstorming session mapped into a single map to generate bigger ideas. In fact, you club it together, all the ideas, in fact, and you generate so that you can generate more ideas. Is a mind mapping. It is like a bunch of leaves. In fact, you would have seen the bunch of, you keep generating more ideas from that. Then interpersonal and team skills and nominal group technique. Nominal group technique is clubbed with the prioritization, which I just explained to you that you do the brainstorming, then you take the priorities, in fact, which is the maximum number of, you prioritize those ideas, in fact, which is the most important, you prioritize it, and that is the nominal group technique. Observation and conversation, basically, you observe your team members, how they discuss, what ideas they generate. You observe from outside, in fact, as a facilitator, and you try to get the ideas. So these are all some of the, the techniques of the tools and techniques to collect the requirements. Context diagram. Context diagram is also another example. In fact, I will try to explain. Probably I may have one picture. I will share it with you. Okay, I'll share you with that context diagram. Just to give an example, when you go walking to a restaurant in US, you see on the dining table, there is a small system available. You would have observed, am I right? As soon as you go there, on the dining table, you'll see that a menu will be displayed on that. And you place the order, in fact, and that order will go directly to the kitchen. And when you select the menu and you place the order what you want in the system itself, and that system generate that whatever information you are giving, one information will go to the kitchen, and the kitchen will prepare the food, and another information will go to the supplier. He will receive that and he will bring the order and place it on your table. Parallelly, that information will also go to your billing desk, and the bill, by the time you complete the food, they will prepare the bill, and it will flash on the system, and you pay through your credit card. Am I right? You would have observed this. It is called context diagram. That means it is a flow of information from one entity to another entity through a system. It is called context diagram, in fact. Are you familiar? You would have used these things in, I'm sure in US is very common. Am I right, Mr. Kerry?
Sure, again, I'm sorry.
Are you familiar with these context diagrams? You would have seen it's a flow chart. In fact, there is also called the flow diagram. That means you give an input to a system. System will generate the information and it will pass it on to the various external entity. Here in one example is the kitchen and the desk table. This is a context diagram example. It is another example I can give you that when you book the taxi, for example, Ola cab or Uber, you would have downloaded the Uber application. So what you do is, suppose you want to book a taxi from home to your airport you want to go, you mention that, the destination where you want to go. That system will collect that information, and that system will also pass on that information to the nearby driver, in fact, who is the available driver to come and pick you up, in fact. Am I right? And immediately, once the driver is confirmed, you will get a message on the thing. In fact, so-and-so driver with so many vehicle number will be approaching you in 15 minutes, in fact. Am I right? So this is a context diagram example, in fact. That is the data flow through a system, and it goes to the various other things, and again it comes back to you with what is required. Then immediately you will get a message that somebody will come and pick you up. This is the vehicle number, this is the driver number, in fact. Correct? You are experienced, am I right? All these things. I'm sure it's very familiar, in fact. That's right.
It's kind of familiar, yes, on the flow chart, yes.
Yeah, it's a flow chart. Absolutely right. In fact. Mr. Allen, I think you must be also familiar with this, in fact. It is called the context diagrams, in fact. That is the data flow chart, is also called as a data flow chart. Then the prototypes I think is a very, very common thing. That's particularly when the scope is not clear, then what you do, you develop a prototype, in fact, and you show it to your customer, and you get the feedback, and you further work on that based on the requirement, in fact. These are all some of the tools and techniques. I'm sure you must have a lot of experience of using these things, but probably some of the terminology sometimes would have been missed. So I think this is a good thing to understand all these things. Any doubts on these things? Any questions on these tools and techniques, collect requirements? Is it clear?
I think so, yes.
Okay, that's right. So then what output you get is the requirement documentation. That means requirement documentation, you collect all the information from the customer or your explain that you put everything in a document. What they require, you document the whole of the requirements, in fact. So you are very, very clear what your customer requires. You'll also have a requirement traceability matrix. Let me see whether I can show you one requirement traceability matrix. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, this is the requirement traceability matrix. This is an example here. You'll have a project name. You'll have the cost center. Each cost center, you will have that. Then the project description, you will have the requirement description here. You have got the business needs, opportunities, goals and objectives. The project objectives you will have the WS deliverables, the product design, the product development, test cases. These are all the different requirement traceability metrics, it is called, in fact. Okay. I'm sure you can again download this template, and according to your requirement, you can customize it. In fact, this is the requirement traceability matrix. Let me see. I wanted to show you one context diagram, whether so that you can understand better. Let me see whether I have that. Yeah, this is an example of a context diagram which I was just explaining you. It is also called as the data flow diagram. Here, for example, you are the customer. You are going to a restaurant. You have a system there. Your food pros order the food. In fact, that order will go to the kitchen. They will prepare the food. It will also go to the supplier. He will bring the food. It will go to the manager, and he will prepare the invoice, and you settle the bill. But this is an example of one of the context diagram. One more example I have here is a credit borrower system. For example, in a bank, a borrower gives an application to the bank to get the credit. So the borrower data is actually get credit. That information will go to the credit bureau. They will analyze the credibility or the credit repo of the borrowers, in fact. Then the borrower data is then it will go for the internal processing. They will make a credit report whether he is eligible for the loan application or not, in fact. This is another example of PMP context diagram. I hope it's clear now when I explain in the picture, in fact. Is correct? Is Mr. Kerry and Mr. Allen is fine? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, this is the requirement traceability matrix. This is a group decision-making techniques. I'm sure you're familiar about these things. Unanimity is that all the members, they agree. In fact, that is called unanimous decision. Let's say there are 10 team members are there, stakeholders are there. All of them agree uniformly. It will become a unanimous decision. Majority is there are, let's say, in fact, out of 10, 6 agrees. That will become the majority. Plurality is that suppose you got a blocks of the groups. Let's say one group is from HR, another group is from, let us, finance, another group is, let us say, from your IT department. There are 3 groups are there. IT department has got 4, the HR department has got 3, and another department has got 3. Whichever is the maximum block the 4 members have got in this case, that will become the plurality. So plurality is the single, this is the largest group in that. That's called plurality. Autocrat, sorry, you want to ask something?
No, I was just
talking
to myself. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, no. Autocratic is the one person taking a decision, in fact. I have experienced this autocratic decision in the organization in which I worked. Some of the managers were very autocratic, in fact. Whatever they say, the other people have to follow that, in fact. It's an autocratic decision. Also, sometimes in the project environment, people do take such decisions, in fact, but how far it is successful, how far it is going to be effective, we have to see that. But if it is a unanimous decision, the biggest advantage is unanimous decision is that everybody buys that, in fact. So this is one of the group decision making technique. Majority is also fine, plurality is fine, depending upon the situation, depending upon the context. These decision making techniques can be used in your project cycle, in fact. What is the most common, Ms. Kerry, in your projects you use decision making? Is it unanimous, or is majority, or is it autocratic?
I would say majority.
Majority, in fact. Okay, that's good. I think that's got a lot of advantage. Am I right? That's right. Everybody gets involved. That's right. And Mr. Allen, in your projects, earlier projects, decision making. Mr. Allen. Hello.
Sorry. Yeah, I learned how to mute my microphone. I apologize.
Oh, okay. You can hear now? Yeah, it's right. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Autocratic and plurality is what I have most experience with.
Is it? Oh, okay. Okay, most experience. Okay. What about majority and unanimous decisions? Also, sometimes used to take that.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, great. That's right. These are all some of the group decision-making techniques. And I explained you about the requirement traceability matrix. So once you do that, once you collect the requirements, so you plan the scope, you have collected the requirements from your stakeholders or from your customer. After collecting the information, the next step is you have to define the scope, in fact, am I right? So defining the scope is the process of developing a detailed description of the project and the product. The key benefit of this is describes the product, service, result, boundaries, and acceptable criteria, in fact. That means acceptable criteria by the customer, in fact. I accept this project provided you meet this criteria, in fact. So that is the acceptable criteria. I want this particular quality, I want this particular size, or whatever the customer requirement, that acceptable criteria is clearly defined in the defined scope. So what are the inputs here we're talking about? The project charter. I've explained you very clearly many times. You will have the scope management plan. You have your assumptions log, the various assumptions that you keep for the project. Then the requirement documentation. In fact, which is the requirement documentation is the previous process output here. The requirement documentation will become the input for the defining the scope. So, okay, you will have that. Then the risk register, because every project will have the different type of risk which you analyze in the beginning of it itself and you maintain in a register. It's a risk register. Then enterprise environmental factors and your OPA are the other 2 common inputs. So what are the tools and techniques here? The expert judgment, data analysis. There is some disturbance from one of your system. If you can control it, that will be nice. I'm really not sure where it's happening in this. Right? Okay, the other way. The data analysis, the alternative analysis, you look at the data and whether you can do the alternative analysis, whether it could be a supplier or whether the resources, those things. Then the decision making, the multi-criteria decision, which I explained you that, the various parameters you put it and you try to analyze that. And your interpersonal and team skills, again, it's management, your skills, your communication skills, your get along with people skills, or like that. Product analysis. Are you familiar with the product analysis, Mr. Carey? Have you done any product analysis in your projects? Product analysis. Hello? Yeah.
Would that be like selections and RFIs or submittals, I mean?
Yeah. Product analysis is basically like, for example, your product breakdown, your system engineering, your value engineering, all these things are the part of the product analysis. Your value analysis, your function analysis, your quality function, all these will be the part of a product analysis. Just to say, for example, in the value analysis, when you do a product, let's say it's almost similar to your value engineering. Here, the focus is on the cost and quality ratio. For example, your expected level of quality for a $200,000 versus $150,000 used car is likely to relevant to the cost of each of them, right? It's a product of the analysis, in fact. So it's a breakdown structure, your value analysis, your quality functions, your function analysis, all those things, you do in the product analysis. It's clear? I hope Mr. Alan and Kerry. Hello? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. So what output you get here is the project scope statement. That is one of the important output you get. And the various project documents gets updated. Your assumptions log, it gets updated because you would have kept certain assumptions. These 1 or 2, 3 assumptions, in fact, when you do the process, then you are very clearly, that whether those assumptions or reality or those presumptions has to be removed, that then you update that, in fact. Then the requirements documentation gets updated, your requirement traceability gets updated, and your stakeholders register also gets updated because stakeholders many times during the project, during the phase, new stakeholders may come. Your suppliers, additional suppliers may come, in fact. Your vendors, all those things will get updated, that during the project, in fact. So you update the stakeholders register. So you understand the flow, you plan the scope. After planning the scope, you are collecting the requirements. After collecting the requirements, you are defining the scope, what it should contain, what it should not contain. In fact, what is the acceptance criteria from your customer? You define it very clearly. Once you do that, then you do, this is the product analysis. This is another example I thought I'll just share with you. Product analysis can be used to define products or services. It includes asking questions about a product or service, forming answers to describe the use characteristics. Here you are talking about the product breakdown, your requirement analysis, your system analysis, your systems engineering, value engineering. For example, should you have the more value to the customer or it will have a less cost, in fact. This is very important. You should give a more value to the customer with a less cost, in fact. There's no point in, for example, and value also goes up, it has no meaning. Am I right? You agree with me? In fact, any value you provide, you should be at the minimum cost. Then only your customer will be happy. That is a part of your value engineering. In fact, this is an example. I know I was just trying to explain. So the project scope statement is the description of the project scope, major deliverables, assumptions, and constraints. I request you to memorize this definition if possible. So what is the project scope statement? It contains the project scope, what it contains, what it does not contain, the major deliverables that you are going to achieve, and the assumption, the constraints. This is what the project scope statement contains, in fact. What are the various assumptions we need to keep in mind what are the various constraints and the major deliverables you are going to deliver to the customer, and the project description of the project scope. So the project scope statement documents the entire scope, including the project and the product scope. It describes the project's deliverables in detail. It also provides a common understanding of the project scope among the stakeholders, because every stakeholder should be aware of what the project is going to deliver. Otherwise, if the stakeholders are not aware of it, again, it can lead to various complications. So it may contain explicit scope exclusion that can assist in managing the stakeholders' expectation. It will also have the work duration, provides the baseline for evaluating whether the request for change or additional work are contained within or outside the project boundaries, in fact. So two important things to remember here is product scope description. It progressively elaborates the characteristics of the product, service, or result and the deliverables. It also have the acceptance criteria and the project exclusion. What it will not contain, it's also clearly defined. So the boundaries of the project. So this is the very important thing to remember. What is the project scope statement? What is the difference between a project charter and a project scope statement? Let's look at it. What is the difference? Project charter contains, it is a purpose or justification, initiation, why this project should be taken up, in fact. What is the purpose of it? What value it is going to add to the organization? The measurable project objectives, you are going to quantify it. By doing this project, my market share is going to go up, or I am going to meet the competition. In fact, I am going to attack the competition. So you will have a measurable project objectives. Our revenue of the organization will go up by so many percentage or so many rupees or dollars, something like that. It also have the high level requirements of the project. High level project description, high level risk. It's all at the broader level. When you do the project charter, you will have the summary milestone, your summary budget. What is the total budget you require to achieve the project? Then you will have the stakeholders list. You will have the project approval requirements. That is another requirement. What all you do to get the approval. Then the assigned project manager. This is the most important. The project charter defines who is going to be the project manager for the project and name of the sponsor. These are all some of the key elements of the project charter. What the project scope statement contains, it contains the scope description. It will have the acceptance criteria from the customer. It will have the major project deliverables, project exclusion, what it will not contain, the project constraints and assumptions, in fact. These are all the key difference between a project charter and a project scope statement, in fact. So here, the high-level project description will be there in the project charter, but here you will have the detailed description, in fact, of the project scope description. This is the major difference between a project charter and a project scope statement. I hope it's clear, friends, Mr. Allen and Ms. Kerry. I hope it's clear. Hello? Yeah.
It's going to take a little bit of absorption here.
Okay. Probably when you go through that the slides once again, it is easy to catch up that interest, right? You need not memorize all these things. Again, let me tell you. But at a broad level, you need to understand the difference between a project charter and a project scope statement. Anyway, we are going to keep on repeating this so that, I'm sure the project charter by this time you would have understood what the project charter contains. And project scope statement, what it contains, it excludes certain things, the constraints and assumptions, and the deliverables and acceptance criteria. These are some of the important things I wanted to remember. I know sometimes the content is little heavy to absorb, but probably when you go through the slides once again, you'll be able to recollect, and I'm sure that will help you. That's one of the reasons I'm trying to give a lot of examples also, so that it connects with to understand that.
Right. The project scope statement. I mean, is that something that is generally used a lot?
Yeah, it's used a lot. Absolutely right. In fact.
Okay.
Yeah, it's used a lot. That's one of the reasons, I showed you the template also, because your scope statement has to be clearly defined in the project. How do you define the scope statement? That is by collecting the information from your customers, in fact. Am I right? So unless the scope is defined clearly, you cannot put a schedule for that. You cannot put the cost for the project. Am I right? You agree with me, no? You can develop your cost plan, your scope, all those things, once your scope is clear, in fact. If the scope is not clear, then how will you do the scheduling also? Am I right?
Right. Right.
Yeah. So the scope statement is the most important document for the project. That will contain what your customer requires in detail, and based on that, you develop the schedule, you develop the cost, and you know the risk involved and all those things.
In the past, the project scope statement has always been kind of an addendum to the contract.
Yeah.
Things listed out that way.
Absolutely right. In fact, it's adding to the contract. Absolutely, that's right. That's the first and foremost document in the project. Your scope statement. That's how the knowledge area also. If you look at the PMI, first they talk about the schedule, your integration. Then the first knowledge area is scope. Because for every project, the first starting point is the scope. Am I right? You need to know what is the scope of the project. Once the scope is defined, then you can plan your schedule. Then once you plan the schedule, you will also have the cost for the project. Correct? You agree with me, Then you will also, every project needs to have a quality, in fact. So these are all very systematically, very professionally designed and defined, in fact, these process groups, in fact.
Right.
And many times, it overlaps between one knowledge area to another knowledge area also, in fact. That also can happen.
It makes sense. Absolutely.
Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely. You agree, Ms. Carey? You have any observations? Hello, Ms. Carey? Yeah.
Maybe he muted his phone.
Oh, let's see. One second. Just wait. Ms. Carey, are you on the line? Hello. Hello, Ms. Carey? Hello? I just keep checking so that, everybody's in the place. Ms. Carey, are you there? Oh, I mean, can you hear me? I'm not able to hear you.
Okay, he says that he can hear us.
Yeah, he can hear. Okay. Okay, great. I'll call back. Okay, we'll just wait.
Okay. During break, I joined the PMI.
Oh, great. Oh, you see.
And I downloaded the
Application.
PMBOK.
Oh, guide. Okay, great.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So we're covering the first 4 chapters in today's session, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Up to scope, we'll try to cover. Then tomorrow I'll take up the schedule. I think our next session, in fact, that's right.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So if I memorize the first 4 chapters out of the book, I should be good.
Yeah, it should be good. That's right.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear. Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, I'm not sure what was wrong. I was talking, but I don't know what happened.
Okay, no problem. Okay, it's clear now? It's clear? That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to ask a question on the project charter and the project scope statement. The project charter seems to be a little bit more broad than the project scope statement.
Absolutely.
Project scope statement seems a little bit more detailed.
No, only thing
Is
is,
that
only difference, Ms. Carey, is that in the project charter is all at the higher level, in fact. High level requirement, high level project, high level risk. Whereas the scope statement, you will have a detailed thing, in fact. Project scope description, you'll have the acceptance criteria and the deliverables is very precise and very clear. And it will also have what should be excluded and what are the constraints and assumptions, in fact. So project scope statement will have much more in detail compared to the project charter, in fact. It may not have the stakeholders list because that's not required. We have the approval requirement. These are all at the broader level you will have it. The scope statement is all pertaining to the project scope, in fact. That's only the key difference between the project scope and the project chart. You got it? You got it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because scope statement need not have this name of the sponsor, your assigned project manager, all those things will not be the part of the scope statement. It basically deals with the project scope, the complete project scope description, in fact. So that's what it clearly mentioned. If you look at here, project scope, statement, description of the project scope, major deliverables, and assumptions and constraints, in fact. This is what the scope statement contains. That's only the difference between a scope statement and a project chart. Just for understanding, of course, from the examination, they will not ask you the difference between a scope statement and the charter, but it's for us to understand and know what project charter contains and what project charter scope statement contains. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. That's right. We'll move on. So next, once you define the scope, you create a WBS. WBS stands for Work Breakdown Structure, in fact. Are you familiar with this terminology, Work Breakdown Structure, in your projects, Ms. Kerry and Mr. Allen?
No, I've never heard it that way.
You're not done that. Okay, fine. It is basically your decomposition. That is, you are breaking your work into smaller works, in fact. Let's say home project. Again, I want to give that analogy. So in a home project, how do you break down the work, in fact? Your foundation could be your one work packages. Your pillar could be another work package. You are erecting a wall could be a work package. Then doing the electrical work could be a work package. And doing plumbing work could be a work package. Am I right? So that means your total home project, you are breaking it down to small work packages. Once you complete all these work packages, then only your home project is completed. Am I right? You agree with me on that? Correct? So that is the work package, in fact, you are talking about. So you break it down to such a level, you cannot further decompose it. Let's say you are breaking down the your wooden or furnishing work, in fact. You break down the furniture work into table, your doors, your windows, and all those things. So you are breaking down that work package into small works, in fact. And doing all this work, by doing the table work, by doing your door work, by doing your window work, everything put together, your entire furnishing work or the wooden work gets completed. That's called decomposition. This is one of the important technique in creating the WBS. From the examination perspective also, you need to remember what is decomposition. Decomposition is breaking it down to small work packages, in fact. So here the inputs are your scope management plan, your documents, your project scope statement, all these things which we discussed. And what you get is a scope baseline. This is the baseline that you compare with your actuals and planned, in fact. And project documents gets updated, your assumptions log gets updated, and the requirement documentation gets updated, in fact. So the creating the WBS is one of the important thing in the scope management. Even from the examination perspective, there will be a question on this, in fact. How do we create the WBS? Decomposition is one of the important tools and technique.
Would you use the WBS to work with setting up your schedule, like in Microsoft Project?
Yeah, Yeah, here is an example. I thought I wanted to show it to you. Here is the project. These are the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Then you got a control account. These are all the work packages you have. Work packages 1, work packages 2, work packages 3. Now, for example, here the work package could be your furnishing, it could be your foundation, it could be erecting the pillars. These are all the various work packages. This various control accounts you will have. For example, all your material costs could be under control 1. All your resources cost could be under 1. In fact, these are all the control accounts from the finance perspective. In fact, how do you control that effect? You take from these work packages and you relate to this, and it will be under phase. In fact, these are different phases. In fact, let me see. I have an example, live example, whether I can show it to you, so that. I made some slides for others to explain what in this. No, I'll share it with you probably some time, but okay.
Okay.
That's right. So this is a sample of WBS. Again, you can customize it according to your requirement, according to your projects. In fact, you do the work package till the last level, so that you cannot further break it down. In fact, to that extent, you need to understand the size of the work packages. Let's say, in fact, in the furnishing work, you are doing a table, you are doing the windows, you are doing the desk. In fact, all these are the work packages under one. And all these things will come under furnishing control account. The next package could be, for example, your putting the tiles. In fact, that could be another work package. In fact, putting the electrical work, putting all the, let's say, in fact, all your fans, tube lights, lights, everything could be another work packages. So that will come under another control account. In fact, so this is how the work breakdown structure is done.
Okay.
So here, for example, create a building, the first floor, electrical, lay cables, switches, electrical points, plumbing, second floor, third floor, like this. Here are the lay cables, switches, your points. In fact, this could be under electrical, which I was just explaining. All plumbing activities, in fact, could be another activity. In fact, in the second floor, again, your control account, create building, in the first floor. So each floor you will have an accounting system also you can have it in. So you can customize it according to your requirement, according to the project requirement upon this work packages. But only thing is you have to ensure that each work package you cannot further break it down. In fact, this is very important. This is an example of building. So the scope baseline, it contains the WBS, your work breakdown structure. Work breakdown structure dictionary. In fact, what's dictionary? In fact, it will have all the elements. In fact, that means how long it will take, how much it will cost, how many resources you require. In fact, what is the predecessor, what is the successor, which I'll explain you in the schedule management. So all these things will be part of the scope baseline, and it will also have the project scope statement. So the scope baseline contains your WBS, your WBS dictionary, and your project scope statement. Project scope statement, which I clearly explained, it will have, just to visit once again, what is the project scope statement? It will have the scope description, you will have the acceptance criteria, your project deliverables, exclusions, constraints, assumptions. This is the project scope statement. And the WBS, this is one of the classic example of WBS. And WBS dictionary, as I told you, that how much cost involved, how many people you require, how long it will take, all those details will be part of the WS dictionary, in fact. So scope baseline is have all these three. Please try to remember this. So the next one is the integration management, develop project management plan baseline. How do you do that? If you look at this, you take a scope baseline, then you will have the schedule baseline, then the cost baseline, and that will become your performance measurement baseline. Please remember this performance measurement is The combination of your scope baseline, your schedule baseline, and your cost baseline, and you measure the performance against these three baselines, in fact. Am I right? This is a very common sense also in any project. When you evaluate the project success, you evaluate against the scope, the schedule, whether it is going as per the plan or it is behind the plan or ahead of the plan. Like Ms. Kerry was mentioning that their project, from 10 months, they are able to advance it to by 8 months, in fact. So that is the schedule baseline has been changed. Probably their cost baseline also would have been changed because of that, because 2 months, ahead they are doing it. So this is the classic example. So when Mr. Kerry analyzed the performance of their project, in fact, I'm sure it will be a lot of positives will be there, in fact. Am I right, Ms. Kerry? You will agree with me on that? That's right. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, that's right. Great. So this scope baseline, you will have the project statement, WBS and WS dictionary, schedule base, agreed upon schedule, and the cost baseline, time phased cost budget. In fact, this is the how you develop a project management plan baseline. In fact, I hope this is very clear. Performance measurement baseline. You put all these three together and you measure your performance. So next one is the validate scope. A validate scope is the process of formalizing the acceptance of the completed project deliverables. That means your customers has to validate it, in fact. You know the difference between validation and verification, Ms. Carey and Ms. Alan? Is there any difference between validation and verification? Can you give some thoughts to that? What is validation and what is verification?
I think verified is more so you've seen it done, put your hand on it,
okay,
and you kind of physically seen it done, and you know it's done. Validated is either done by somebody else. That's kind of my thought process.
Okay. Mr. Allen, you have some thoughts on that? You have any?
Basically, validate and verify.
Okay, let me. Verification is that you have a specification for your quality, am I right? So verification is whether those specifications have been met. You are verifying it whether those specification meets that. Validation is whether those specification meets the customer requirement, because any quality is defined as to customer satisfaction, am I right? So validating means whether those specification meets the customer requirement. That is called validation. The specification is you would have put a certain specification, certain parameters. You are verifying whether that parameters is been met, whether you are meeting those specifications. That is called verification. Validation is whether those specification meetings the customer's expectation. That's called validation. In fact, hope you got the difference in fact clearly. Okay. This is very important. Both comes under control, the validate scope and the control scope. So again, let me repeat once again. The specification is, the verification is meeting certain specification, whether it has meet that specification. Validation is whether those specification meets the requirement of the customers. That's the validation, in fact. Just to give one,
verify is meeting the specification. Validate is meeting the customers.
No, sorry. Come back. Your question, please.
Verification.
Suppose the verification is you have put certain standard, that you need to achieve certain specification. Am I right? In your quality process or that. Let's say, in fact, you are making a project of a, let's say, stainless steel tube, in fact. The tube, you say that the specification, it should be, let's say, 1 diameter. That is the specification you have met, correct? So when you verify that the product output, whether that 1 diameter has been achieved, that's what you are verifying that, okay? Now the validation is that 1 diameter or that breadth of the 1 diameter is meeting the customer's requirement. That is called validation.
Okay.
You got it in front. Verifying is whether the specification has been met. Validation is that specification, what you have met, is meeting the customer's requirement. That's that's the difference between this verification and validation.
Okay.
Yeah. So it involves reviewing the deliverables with the customer or sponsor to ensure they are completed satisfactorily. So any validation, it has to be accepted by the customer according to his requirement. So scope validation is primarily concerned with the acceptance of the deliverables. Control quality is primarily concerned with the correctness of the deliverables and meeting the quality requirement specified for the deliverables. And control quality is performed before scope validation, but these two processes can be performed in parallel also. So the both verification and validation, you can do it parallelly also, you can do that in fact. Okay, that is the only difference I request you to remember it. Okay. So validate scope is, how do you validate the scope? You have got these inputs: project management plan, scope management plan, your scope baseline, and these are all the various documents. You have the verified deliverables. This is what I was just explaining. That is the verification you have done, and work performance data. How do you do that? You do the auditing or you do the inspection. Do you have such system, Ms. Kerry, in your company? You have the you have that. You hire the external people, or within the organization you have a team?
Yes, that's correct.
Most of the time, what is internal auditors or external auditors they do?
So for like fabrication, that's internal.
Internal, okay.
And then for
validation, probably your customer, he will send the auditors. Am I right? That's what they do.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah. That's how it's being done in most of the cases. In fact, I think Mr. Allen, in same thing in your case also, it's like that. The projects.
Yeah, validate would be basically our building inspectors.
Inspectors, okay, correct, absolutely. External people, they come and validate, inspect, in fact, absolutely. So this is from the knowledge area, is very important to understand this validation, verification, inspection. In fact, these are all certain processes. I wanted to be familiar with those things. In fact, because even from the examination perspective, there could be some questions related to these things. In fact, that's okay. I'm happy that you understood, you got it clearly. So here the verified deliverables goes through this process and it will become the accepted deliverables, because this is what the customer wants it. So you are verifying according to the specification, and these specifications has to be accepted by the customer. So it will become the accepted deliverables, and your work performance information from the work performance data, which goes through the process, and you analyze it, and it will become the work performance information. And you will have the change request, your project documents, lessons learned register, required documentation, requirement traceability metrics. These are all some of the outputs you get, in fact. Okay. The next here is the another one, how the data flows. The direct and managed project work, the deliverables, it goes to the control quality process. And the control quality process, it goes to it will be the verified deliverables, and it will become the validate scope, and the validate scope goes to the closed project or phase through accepted deliverables. This is what the customer accepts. Only after he accepts it, then he can close the project or the phase. In fact, this is how the data flows. In fact, kindly remember, direct management is one of the process. Then here it goes the deliverables, it goes to the control quality. These deliverables will become verified deliverables. It goes to the validate scope, and it will become accepted deliverables in the closed project. In fact, this is how they accepted by the customer. In fact, I'm sure you must be doing in your projects. Probably the sequence you may not be familiar about. Am I right, Ms. Kerry? That's only difference, I think. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Correct.
yeah, yeah. That's right. In fact. So tomorrow, what I would request to both of you that when you get into the project, when you talk to your team members or your other subject matter experts, you start talking to them about these terms. In fact, they will be very happy about it. In fact, some of these concepts. In fact, so that you can get familiarized with those things. That's right. So next, after validation, next comes the control scope. So how do you control the scope? In fact, here basically these are all the inputs we have discussed: change management plan, your configuration management plan, your scope baseline. Scope baseline, we discussed about this scope baseline very clearly. It will have the WS, it will have the WS dictionary, and scope baseline is called the scope statement. Then you have various project documents, lessons learned, requirement documentation, placement, and work performance data. And the OPA is another things. Here, you do the various analysis. Variance analysis is against the plan and the actuals. In fact, you do the various analysis in terms of, let's say, in fact, schedule in terms of the various analysis, whether it is meeting this requirement, is there any gap? You do the various analysis. You also analyze the trends. In fact, how is the trend it's happening? Is it going from back to worse, or is going as per the plan? You do the trend analysis. Then what outputs you get is the work performance information. You have the various change request. Because every time the customers ask for any change request, that's also another output. It goes to the change control board and you get the change request. Then these are the three important baselines also gets updated: your scope baseline, your schedule baseline, your cost baseline. Because once any change request is accepted, naturally it will have an impact on your scope, your schedule, your baseline, and your performance measurement baseline. Because all three put together, I just explained to you in the previous slide, your performance measurement is the total of all these three, in fact. Your cost, schedule, and your cost, your scope, it will become the performance measurement baseline. So this is another important outputs, your work performance information, the performance data collected from controlling process, analyzed, and the management plan components, project documents, it will become the accepted deliverables. And these are the deliverables that have been verified and are ready for validation, and scope at which point it's accepted. The next one is the change request. When validating the product scope, new requirements might be discovered. For example, adding an email notification when a password is changed. This could be an example that they have given a change request. In fact, so this change request has to go through the change control board, and once it is accepted, then you can implement this. In fact, these are all some of the important outputs. I request you to try to remember. I'm sure work performance information, I think you're already very familiar. Just to repeat once again, the work performance data, when it's analyzed, it will become the information. The accepted deliverables has been verified. Verified through the validate scope, then it will become the accepted deliverables. Have been verified and are ready for validation. Before going to the validate scope, it will become the accepted deliverables, then the change request. This is one thing I was talking about. Beware of the scope creep, in fact. Ms. Kerry, I think you are very familiar, Mr. Alan, about scope creep. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Scope creep is, just to repeat that, your customers keep on asking for additional requirements, correct? So without going through the change control board or without analyzing the impact on the cost, schedule, or the scope, if you accept the change request, what happens? It will affect your project, am I right? So you should be always aware of the scope creep, in fact. You should never allow any scope creep in your projects, in fact. If you can do that, then that will solve many of the problems, in fact. Correct? You agree with me on that? I think
Yes.
it's a practical experience in most of the projects. You will have this. This is the scope creep. What happens when it will go up, the cost and the time goes up, the specification, efforts, your resources will go out of control, in fact, correct? This is a classic example, in fact. If the cost goes up, your time goes up because of accepting the scope changes, it will have the efforts, it will have the resources effort, it will all go out of control, in fact. So it's a triple constraint, in fact. Correct? Agreed. That's right. So as a project manager, the most important responsibility is to avoid the scope creep. In fact, if you can take care of that, many of the issues in the project can be solved, or it can minimize it, in fact. Okay, now here are some questions. In fact, we'll go through this one by one. Project scope statement. A new project manager asks you for advice on creating a work breakdown structure. After you explain the process to her, she asks you what software she should use to create WBS and what she should do with it when it is completed. You might respond that the picture is not most valuable result of creating a WBS. The most valuable result of a WBS is what? A bar chart, a team buy-in, activities, and a list of risk, in fact. The most valuable result of a WBS. What do you think is the right answer? What software she should use to create WBS and what she should do with it when it's completed. You might respond that the picture is not the most favorable, valuable result of creating the WBS. The most valuable result of WBS is what? Little tricky question. Just try to apply your.
Say the most valuable result of a WBS is the activities.
Activities is one thing. Okay. What else you think could be the right answer? The most valuable result of a WBS is, I think, is the team buying in, right? Because the team, they get involved in that. They own that responsibility. In fact, when you give the allocation of each team member, so I think it must be the team buying in. We'll just look at, in fact, why it makes that sense. In fact, okay. The next question is: to manage a project effectively, work should be broken down into small pieces. Which of the following does not describe how far to decompose the work? Which of the following does not describe how far to decompose the work? Until it has meaningful conclusion, until it cannot be logically subdivided further, until it can be done by one person, until it can be realistically estimated. Does not describe how far to decompose the work. Does not, that is the catchword here, in fact. Until it has a meaningful conclusion, until it cannot be logically subdivided further, until it can be done by one person, until it can be realistically estimated. What do you think the right answer could be?
Which other following does not describe?
Take your own time, no problem. You can just think it over. Got some idea? That's right.
Yeah, for the manager project effectively, which should be broken down small, but which of the following does not describe? I say B.
B, yeah, okay. I think that you're right. I think let's look at it. In fact, there's a good option. A project manager may use dash to make sure the team members clearly knows what is included in each of the work packages. I think this should be an easy one. the project scope statement, the product scope, the WBS dictionary, and the schedule, in fact. Make sure the team members clearly knows. I explained you the difference between the WBS and WS dictionary. Hope you remember the WS dictionary will contain all the details of the work packages, in fact. It will all the details that who are the team members involved, what is the schedule, what is the cost involved, and all those things, in fact. So I think the WS dictionary should be the right answer. We'll just look at it. Okay, here is the WBS is an input for all these choices. However, team buy-in is the direct result of a WBS creation process, while the other choices use the WBS to assist the completion. Involving the team in creating the WBS, as I explained, provides a project team members with an understanding where their pieces fit into the overall project management plan, and it gives them an indication of the project, of their work on the project. That is the right answer for that. For this, in fact, okay. Sorry. So this was the question, okay, which I was asking. The B is the team buying. It is the most important thing here, in fact. It makes sense, Ms. Kerry and Mr. P. Alan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it makes sense, am I right? That's the right answer for that. It cannot be bar chart, it cannot be activities or a list of it. The biggest advantage, the most valuable result of a WBS is the team buying in. fact. That's the explanation for that. Because the team members are involved in that. When they are involved, they own that responsibility. That is the most valuable result of a WBS. Okay, the second one is the next question. I think somebody answered it. The lowest level of WBS is the work package, which can be completed in more than 1%. The other choices are respects to the work package. Here, the catch is following does not describe how far to decompose. So the until it can be done by one person. It does not describe. Am I right? It can be done by several people also, in fact. So this is not the right answer. Until it has a meaningful conclusion is the decomposing is right. Until it cannot be logically subdivided is also right about the WBS. Until it can be realistically estimated, it's also right. But until it can be done by one person, I think that's not the right answer. Which of the following does not describe? It can be done by several people also. You cannot say that it can be done by one person. That is the reason why this is the correct answer. You got it? You understood the difference, Ms. Kerry and Mr. Allen?
Yep.
I hope you got it. That's the right answer there. Until it can be done by one person. If it is, for example, here, it does describe how far to decompose the work, then the answer would have been something different actually, because all three are, it does describes in all the thing. Because this does not describe until it can be done by one person, in fact. That's not the right answer. That's the right answer because that's not like it for decomposing that work. Now here, the project manager may use to make sure the team members clearly know what is included in each of the work package. The easiest thing is the WS dictionary, in fact. I think that's a straightforward one. I think you must be able to get that. The project scope statement describe work in high level. Work packages need to be specific to enable team members to complete their work without gold plating. You know about the gold plating terminology? Have you come across in your projects? What is gold plating?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you just give some example of that? Gold plating?
Adding extra specifications or going above the specifications.
Yeah. And Ms. Kerry,
for example, if I want to run a piece of pipe to one point to another, and I can use carbon steel, but somebody specifies stainless steel, it's going to cost a whole lot more.
Yeah. Simply put it, gold plating, suppose if your team members, they are a bit over enthusiastic and they try to add some additional things to the project, even though the customer does not want it. In fact, just because they know something, they try to add some value addition to that, which is not required by the your customer. In fact, that's called gold plating. Doing something extra more than what is required. That's called gold plating. That should be completely avoided. In many projects, there are some enthusiastic team members. They just because they know something, they try to add that value addition. If it's not required by the customer or not approved by your project manager or the sponsor, that's called gold plating. So the product scope does not tell team members what work is assigned to them. The team should have a copy of the schedule, but a schedule does not show them that work is included in their work packages. Work packages are described in the WS dictionary. Do not think of a WS dictionary as a dictionary of terms. It's not like that. Please don't misunderstand or don't mistake WS like another world dictionary. So WS dictionary will contain all the details as I explained in detail about the work packages, the cost, number of resources, the precedence, in fact, the successor activity, precedence activity, which we'll discuss in the schedule management. So all those things, your WS dictionary will be containing that. Okay. A few more questions. Project scope statement. Being prepared to do a complete job of developing and finalizing the scope baseline requires that you have done through and timely job of identifying and analyzing stakeholders and of collecting the requirement. The development of the scope baseline can be just described as involving the functional manager, the project team, all stakeholders, and the business analyst. So the development of the scope baseline can be described as involving, in fact. What is the right answer, do you think? It cannot be a business analyst, am I right? You can strike away, ruled out. The functional managers, I think again that you can rule it out. So between the project team and all the stakeholders, what do you think is the right answer? Development of the scope baseline.
I would say B or C if I had to choose. C.
Yeah, C. All the stakeholders or the project team. You see, the difference between the stakeholders, all the stakeholders means when you develop a scope baseline, you are including your sponsors, your promoters, your external customers, all those things will be part of the stakeholders. Do you think everybody is involved to create the scope baseline?
No.
No, am I right? So it has to be the project team. You agree on that?
Yes.
That's okay. We'll just look at it. What is the rationale why we should select which is the right answer? In fact, this I'll just say I'm giving you some thoughts so that you can think it over on that. The next question is which of the following is an output of the collect requirement process? We just went through that. Requirement traceability matrix, project scope statement, work breakdown structure, and change request. Following the output of the collect requirement process. We just revisit if you want, collect requirements. Sorry. So collect requirement, if you see this, your requirement documentation and requirement traceability is one of the important output here. In fact, that's the question. In fact, so when you practice this type of mock interviews, mock questions, it is easy for you to remember to answer those questions. In fact, so the question is here. Which is the following as an output of the collect requirement? So it is requirement traceability matrix. In fact, it's not project scope statement. Work breakdown structure. No, work breakdown structure is actually as a tools and technique. Change request is not there in the output. In fact, so it has to be the requirement traceability matrix. The next question is the cost performance index (CPI). I will explain to you this in the CP knowledge area. Is 1.13 and the benefit cost ratio is 1.2. The project scope was created by the team and stakeholders. Requirements have been changing throughout the project. No matter what the project manager has tried to accomplish the managing project, which of the following is he most likely to face in the future? Having to cut cost on the project and increase benefits, making sure the customer has approved the project scope, not being able to measure completion of the project, having to add resources to the project. Let's try to understand the cost performance index. I will explain you. Are you familiar with some of these terms, Mr. Kerry and Mr. CPI, SPI? You must be familiar, am I right? You know, you're right.
Familiar with CPI.
Okay.
And
benefit cost ratio is 1.2. That means, you know, your benefits and cost, divided by the cost, you get benefit cost ratio. The CPI is your earned value divided by the actual cost, in fact. I will explain to you. Probably you may not be familiar with the earned value and those things, you know, probably in the cost knowledge area, I will explain to you very clearly. So the project scope was created by the team and stakeholders. Requirements have been changing throughout the project. That means there is a lot of scope creep is happening. No matter what the project manager has tried to accomplish in managing the project, which of the following is he most likely to face in the future? Having to cut cost on the project and increase benefits, making sure the customer has approved the project scope, not being able to measure the completion of the project, having to add resources to the project. So what do you think could be the right answer there? The catchword is this one. Requirements have been changing throughout the project. So I think that should be the catchword, you know, where you should be able to get some idea to answer this question.
I'm feeling D.
Having to add resources to the project. Okay. Okay. What Ms. Kerry feels? Okay.
I'm gonna go with D2.
You also go to the D. Okay.
Yeah, it seems to be the best answer.
Or B basically.
Make sure the customer has approved the project scope.
Yeah, because of the requirements have been changing throughout the project.
Okay. That could be the rationale for that you feel as right. Okay. Has tried to accomplish the managing the project. Which of the following is he most likely to face in future? Which of the following is he most likely to face in future? Making sure the customer has approved the project, not being able to measure the completion of the product in fact. Okay, we'll go through one by one. So the first answer, in fact, you know, let's see, in fact, the project scope statement, whether is it between the project team and all the stakeholders. So it has to be the project team here, in fact, as I explained. You cannot include all the stakeholders, in fact. Stakeholders can be including your top sponsor, your promoters, external customers. You don't involve them to prepare a baseline, right? You know, scope baseline is basically developed by your project team, in fact. Okay. So that is the rationale. That's how we should select this answer. It cannot be functional managers. It cannot be business analysts. These two are absolutely no sense in, but they just given you those options to confuse you, in fact. So between the project team and all the stakeholders, the project team is the right answer there. You need to select it. Here, which of the following is an output of the collect requirements? Of course, I answered it to requirement traceability metrics. So this ITTOs, you know, the inputs, the tools and techniques, and the outputs. When you glass that, you know, try to remember some of the important outputs, you know, that will help you to answer this type of ITTO questions. And the next one is the cost performance index. You feel that could be the result. Now, the answer is C. There are many pieces of data in the question that they distract us from the real issue. Absolutely right. Though it is common to have to cut cost and add resources to a project, nothing in the question should lead you to think these will be required in this situation. Customers do not generally approve the project scope, what you are going to do to complete the requirements. Instead, they approve the product scope, their requirement, since the requirements are used to measure the completion of the product of this project. Not having complete requirements will make such measurement impossible. So the C answer is not being able to measure the completion of the project, because I think some of you answered it correctly, that the requirements have been changing throughout the project. In fact, am I right? So that is the rationale for that. I think Ms. Kerry answered it, correct? Ms. Kerry, that's right. Hello. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is the rationale for answering this question. In fact, not being able to meet the catchword is, that's why each question will have some catchword, in fact, and you need to take that. That's very important. Just to go through this once again, why I'm repeating these things is that, in the examination, you will have this type of questions where in split second you have to take a call, in fact, because as I told you that you have max 200 questions to be answered in 240 minutes. That means the maximum time you can allocate for answering one question could be around 63 or 64 seconds. So, some of these questions, for example, to read the question and understanding itself will take about 35-40 seconds. What do you think, Ms. Carey or Mr. Allen, it will take? How long it will take to read and understand this type of questions?
Yeah, about 40 seconds.
Yeah, it will definitely take around 35 to 40 seconds. So, and you will be left with hardly 20 seconds to, answer the question. What happens, human tendency when we are put under pressure, even though we know the right answer, we tend to take mistakes. Am I right? We tend to make mistakes, in fact, because, we are putting in a gas chamber, it's like that. James Bond holding a gun against us. So at that time, what happens, we tend to take mistakes because in front of you, the computer, your clock will be clicking every seconds. And the moment you see that, sometimes, we try to make mistakes. So it's very important to understand the catch points. Just read, most of the time, you should read the last line 2 or 3 times. So that will give you a lot of hints. Here, the development of the scope baselines can be best described. Here is the requirements, some of the catch points, we need to get that. In fact, that's very, very important. You see, this type of questions is easy to answer. If you know the ITTOs, you can easily answer is the requirement traceability metrics. Here, the difference, as I was telling you, that all stakeholders means, everybody is involved. You don't require them. You only require the project team to develop the scope baseline. And here, not being able to measure completion of the project, as Mr. Kerry rightly answered, because the requirement have been changing throughout the project. In fact, this is how you need to answer. Are you getting some hang of this type of questions, Ms. Carey and Mr. Allen? Do you think it's useful to go through this? In fact, it will help you, am I right, and to understand the question and how to answer these questions. Any thoughts on this? Any feedback?
I just need to review it over and over.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
I need to review it a few times, I think.
Yeah, absolutely right. You need to go through these things, a few times. And once you complete these 4 sessions, around 5 to 6 of mock sessions you need to do. That is the 200 questions, like typical examination environment. You log into that. And when you try to answer these questions, you will also, it will help you to understand the context it has been asked, in fact, the situation it has been asked, in fact, then you should be able to answer those questions. It's only by practice, you can, one is, of course, applying your knowledge from your project experience. Many of those questions can be answered with your experience, and little common sense also will be there. But some of these tricky questions, where you need to read 2-3 times, and then you will be able to answer these questions, in fact. So the best part is I was telling you that how much time you can save by answering some straightforward questions, and that extra time what you save, you can use it for answering this type of situation or the complex questions. Any thoughts, any feedback?
Nothing new.
Nothing new. Okay, fine. Ms. Kerry, what do you feel?
Yeah, no questions right now. I just got to review some of this stuff.
Okay. Actually, this is we are completing the first day session because tomorrow we'll take up, or the next Sunday we'll take up the schedule. So do you think how they flow? I just wanted to sum it up for the first day session. A lot of clarity. I hope it was there and you were able to understand the concepts, the explanation, and everything is clear. Or you still have any doubts on any of those things?
No.
No, I just look forward to being able to review this. I mean, it all makes sense in context.
Yeah.
And you know, just a few little things here and there, kind of.
Correct. Absolutely right. Yeah.
For
Okay.
me.
Correct. That's right. Yeah. Right. You need to go through these slides once again so that you will be able to understand it. But otherwise, the flow was right. Was it too fast or was it too slow? Or it makes sense? No problem. No issues there.
The flow was good, I thought.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. And some of the examples we gave, I hope it will be useful for you to understand those things. That's right.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. Any subject, any questions you have, so that quickly I can answer in case if you have any doubts on any of these things which I covered today.
Do we have your email address?
Yeah. I have my email address. I've shared with you in the first slide. I hope. Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's there. It's right.
What time is it there?
Now it's 2:00 India night.
2 a.m. right?
Yeah, 2 a.m. This
Wow,
is
you're up pretty late.
Yeah,
okay, there it is.
This is email
Okay.
ID. In fact, you can just take a shot of that. You can always test it anytime.
Okay. Thank you.
You can contact Ismart also, and they'll be in touch with me so that anything, anytime, will be helpful.
Okay.
What I want both of you to be, highly successful and passing this examination. That's what I want. That is the first objective. And the second objective is using all these management principles in your working environment. That's also very important, actually, in fact.
Yes.
You should make use of these concepts, for example, when you are talking to your HR manager or your finance manager or your, let's say, other departments, you start talking to them about these terms. They will also feel happy about those things. Am I right? They will be, that's right. So that will help you, in fact, to understand. And particularly your junior team members, so that you can also develop them with these concepts when you start talking to them.
Beautiful.
Yeah. More and more you can enjoy the next 3 sessions. I think today we have covered the foundation. You have covered the examination requirements, that what you need. Then we have covered a little bit about the scope management. We are clear. Then integration management. There are 7 processes that we have covered it. Scope, we have covered the 6 processes. And 2 important things to remember is for you is that 5 process groups, 5 fingers, 10 knowledge area, both fingers put together, 10 knowledge area, and 49 processes. That is the number which you have written down, the mobile number or whatever you call it, 7664, 363, and 734. If you remember, your entire examination questions will be on from these things. In fact, 5 process groups, 10 knowledge area, and 49 processes, in fact, and the ITTOs, which you need to remember. So probably if you get this flow right, then it's easy to catch up, in fact. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have any other observations or any feedback, Ms. Kerry and Mr. Alan, you want to give?
No, not at the moment.
Do you feel this content is too heavy within a short time to explain, or is it fine? I think with your experience, I think it should be fine. I think according to me, all right? That's right.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. That's
Mr. Carey has more formal experience than I do. Everything that I've done has been quite a bit more informal than what we're covering here. But I understand the concept of pretty much everything, and I can see where a lot of these, I guess, terms or functions or operations would be. I can kind of see where they would fit into the projects that I've done in the past.
Excellent, great input. That's nice input. Yeah, that's the best way of putting it. Absolutely right. That's right. Right.
So we'll have these slides. They'll be available to us tomorrow, correct?
Yeah. This recorded message you will get it tomorrow, and once I explain all these things, then we'll mail it to you all the slides also. In fact, that's right.
Okay.
I will send it once for together. And let me check with Ismart. I think they must be having their portal also. All these slides must be available there. You can just check that.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Alan, I'm sorry to disturb you guys. Okay. Alan and Kerry, everything is available on the portal. Your PowerPoint presentation.
It's there already there. In fact, that's right. Yeah, right.
Okay, great.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
So we will conclude for today, in fact, and have a nice, great week ahead. And we will catch up next Sunday again, and if possible, go through once or twice all these things, so that it will also help you to remember. And next week, we'll take up from the schedule management. It's going to be very interesting. In fact, I can tell you that the next week session will be much more interesting, but rather than this week. Okay, great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Wow.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. And once again, I hope I had a good session, and I hope it was interesting for both of you. And we'll catch up next week, in fact. Okay.
It was good. Thank you very much.
And it was my great pleasure to interact with such learned people, both of you. In fact, very nice. In fact, I really enjoyed it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. It was good.
Yeah, good. Okay. Bye then. Have a good day. See you, Miss Carey. See you, Miss Carey. Bye. Bye.
Bye.